Okay. We good? Ready? Today is the 22nd of July. This is Town of Crestone Board of Trustees meeting. It's being held both in person and via Zoom. The time is 9:37. To ensure timely completion of town business, the following procedures will be followed. All participants must keep microphones muted and videos off except during citizens' comments or when called on to speak by the board. Per 7.3 of our procedures and rules of order, we allow 15 minutes total for citizens' comments. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address before speaking. If your comments exceed 3 minutes or the allotted time expires, please send your comments to town hall as correspondences for the board's response. If multiple citizens share the same comments, please be brief. Unspoken comments can be submitted to town hall for inclusion as correspondence at the next regular meeting. Will you call roll, please? Clerk?
Mayor Meyer,
Here.
trustee Martinez.
Here.
Trustee Paulson.
Here.
Trustee Opalski. Here. Trustee Kinney.
Here.
Trustee Lakai is absent, give notice, and trustee Mendez Sanchez is absent without notice.
Okay, thank you. Next is approval of agenda.
I make a motion, we approve the agenda.
Is there a second?
A second.
Any adjustments?
Yes, I have one.
Okay,
10B,
yep,
if we can, eliminate that from the,
for regular meeting.
yes, or just completely, it was my mistake, I didn't realize that 7.3.30 in our municipal code covers, okay, I was gonna.
Okay, so take that off.
Take it off completely.
The other one is 10A has already been done, so that's can come off too.
Yeah, request 10G be taken off, and I'll just include it in my report.
Any other adjustments?
Right on.
Just for days. Thank you. Okay.
Then please change my motion to as amended.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have approval of minutes, which will be out at the next meeting. Citizens' comments, Warren?
Stephen? I see further down on the agenda, you have the possibility of spending another $2,000 for Virginia West, eating into the money that was set aside originally for forensic accounting. I think this is a total waste of money, and the money that you've spent, which I believe is around $6,000 already, has been a total waste of money. You need to hire an accountant. Your financial situation is beyond belief. How bad it is, and you don't understand it. Any one of you. You're gonna have to pay back $120,000 to the state because the thought of being able to use it up at Living Wisdom is not going to work because of engineering issues. And it's my intention to leave this meeting and go to the district attorney's office to file a complaint that with all of the issues that are going on. And I believe this fraud included. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have attorney's report, which is not on there. Attorney is not there here, so I think this is a template, so we're just gonna kind of go through.
Normally comes at 1:30.
Today's not a regular meeting, so that's, there was no attorney report. Okay, now we are at Kim's report.
And this is on treasurer's.
No,
There's no microphone today, you'll just have to speak up.
Okay,
sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so maybe we should start with easy. I have a presentation, so yeah, I just have my verbal comments. I'm happy to forward this.
You could read it too if you want, if it's easy.
Okay, I'll
Read
just
it.
read as we go. So this is a presentation of the approved bills, printed checks to be signed, and also a few newly received. And so it's the idea to discuss and decide any changes, such as the necessity of a dumpster at the free box. So,
City of dumpster.
right,
Right.
so that's been. Should we pass them around or?
I don't know that everybody, yeah,
Okay,
They're the
Yeah.
ones that have already been approved.
yeah,
Alright,
we went,
okay,
we
so
had a
yeah, we're
finance
good.
committee meeting and looked at all of these bills.
Okay.
Okay, in the future, should it be included in the packet or should it just say like this format?
Only, I would say if they have,
Yeah.
if they have questions about certain bills that they wanna bring to the board, those are the ones that would
Go in the packet.
go in the packet.
okay, so this is all we have. I don't think I need to pass around. So the town is currently paying for the dumpster out over here on Galena and the one by the free box. And the question was, is that necessary, the one by the free box to continue? And it's, 125 each for each of those.
A month. I mean, the free box right now, I don't think Chelsea is, I don't think that she plans to have it even open until like the spring. Because she wants to do, she wants to make it where they can lock it and all of that stuff, and so she's waiting on volunteers to come through to help her out. So that's just, that's just a tidbit of information. I know that when it's open, she's probably gonna want a dumpster and she's probably gonna wanna strike a deal with us to try to help pay for that, but. So, yeah, that's just.
Originally, were we splitting with Lonnie, is that the idea?
Yes.
Yeah, but now he has his own dumpster, right?
Yeah, he does,
So yeah, maybe we don't need that one for the next 6 to 10 months.
right?
Okay,
if that changes, a simple phone call to correct it.
Sure.
okay. So yeah, I'll call them and cancel that.
They'll have to come take it up.
Do they know, like, near the free boxes, probably enough information for them?
Hopefully.
Okay,
It's on
Or
Golden.
Lonnie's address.
Don't they have numbers stamped on them that they use to record where they drop those things off, like at your place, for example?
I think I own mine.
Oh,
I'm
It's
surprised.
Golden, the Golden location.
Okay,
And I'll tell, I'll just tell the free box folks that that's happening and whatever.
Otherwise, it'll be household trash. I don't know, pretty much. Benefit. I was paying up to $300 for mine. I'm curious, $160 a month for this one here?
125.
yeah, 25, yeah.
Wow. That's a good deal.
Okay, so, the other one that I think I mentioned, don't really remember, I think, we discussed it, or I discussed it with someone. There's a bill from, the Department of Treasury, so it's in regard to, Form 941, and it's, tax withholding. And it's actually related to 2022, Q1 of 2022, and an underpayment. And so they have asked us to,
It's only like, what?
it's $510 and 72 cents, and I've already printed the check because there's no purpose to arguing with them about it. I'm sure they
yeah,
do.
we need to check down to find out the legitimacy of it. If there's a,
You think so? Though? I mean, again, we did this, we had one with the state too, that was from 2020.
Yeah, there's,
Um,
in my opinion, there is no margin in trying to
I
figure
don't know
that
why
out.
they haven't tried to contact us again since, that's an old bill or is that a new bill?
This new, yeah, we just got
And
it,
they have, okay.
we just got it, it was notice date July 15th. And so, you know, they keep track, and I think we should just accept that as a real. As a real
I mean, if
thing.
we were getting them regularly, this is just because probably there was a mistake that was made.
Well, probably the payroll went up, right? There was a payroll expanding
Uh-huh.
at that time, in Q1 of 22. That's why they probably was underpaid, and then it didn't get worked out until later on.
Okay.
In the system, apparently. And I'll just move to one of my other points here, as an FYI to you guys. I had to, it took a little bit of understanding and research and so on, but I, changed our payroll from our monthly payroll withholding payment to the feds. I have to go in this portal, you know, and make this payment every month. It has gone to semi-weekly, so twice a month now, because of last year's taxes. And the amount of taxes withheld was over 50,000. That's what they're saying for payroll taxes in the entire year. So anyway, it's not a thing. I mean, I can do it. It's just a little
Just
bit
one
more
more
time.
One more.
But I had to, you know, wrap my head around what they were asking, because they sent something in March or April that I kind of, I wasn't sure what they were asking, because QuickBooks tells me when, you know, it gives a little notification when to pay the feds for the withholding tax, and it didn't tell me that information, so I don't think it'll be a problem. It could find us a little bit, but I don't think it'll be a problem, but I have now, you know, realized that it needed to happen and change that, so it'll be. Try to do that, okay, so I printed the check already to the treasury.
I mean, what do you guys think? Honestly,
You wanna,
Or we should just pay it.
I think we should just pay it, I don't think, yeah,
Get them off our back, yeah.
yeah, it's very.
so obviously, this probably won't happen again if you're keeping up with it properly.
Yeah, and I don't wanna waste
Right.
the time.
no, I want to,
Researching something from
yeah, you know,
years ago.
things shift around, I mean, that's, you know, it's not that big of a deal, I mean, it's not a penalty, it's just.
No, but
the
it
payment
is
that
coming
didn't
from
get
last year, so it's basically like,
made. Yeah,
you know, again, last year's budget that should have paid it. Is now carried over to this year,
right,
so we really do need to track it properly. This is-
22, this is from 22.
I understand, but again, it's a bill that was carried over from 22 that's now in 23,
Right,
so it goes.
and we didn't know to pay the people.
So
then,
where does
and
it
then
come up in our budget reconciliation?
It's uncategorized, because I don't know where to put it, and that's the kind of thing that someone who is more of an accountant, either a CPA or an accountant like Virginia, who's very experienced and an auditor, can help resolve those kind of questions. You know, I don't wanna throw it in the payroll account, the payroll taxes, that is not the good instinct.
I have a question, just with our citizens' comments. He thinks Virginia's a waste of money. She's only available on Thursdays. He's wanting an auditor. What is your personal opinion? Is Virginia really helping you?
Yes,
I mean, would you
Virginia-
prefer an auditor or?
Virginia was essential, I think,
Let's keep going on this report. I know this is gonna come up. There's other comments about it and
sorry.
stuff like that, so let's,
I was just curious, sir.
yeah, no, it's good. I just wanna talk about Virginia in
okay.
its own section.
And I'd like to talk about Virginia and Dana Ryder, who
Right
is
now?
a CPA.
Right now,
It's on my list, but I think we've taken care of the bills. That's all.
all I'm saying is that it's going into uncategorized. It still needs some reconciliation, because again, it's from last year,
Mhm.
when you get audited,
The previous,
the previous.
it's actually from the
Oh,
previous.
year, from 2022.
Yeah, so it's,
I know, but here we are paying it in 2024
yeah,
when it's from 2022.
Should be part of 23's reconciliation.
Probably. I mean, that's the thing, is like it's, those kind of things need to really be accounted for properly, otherwise it looks like we're spending money that.
It is proper, it's
Okay.
completely proper,
Okay.
out uncategorized items.
Okay.
It is on the books,
Okay,
it's just not hitting a specific
Okay.
line.
okay,
Yeah, I mean, uncategorized, some people like to have, and I've been trying to eliminate these if they haven't, if nothing's been in such, accounts in the books. I hate miscellaneous.
right,
Miscellaneous is not okay.
right, but uncategorized. is okay.
Uncategorized is different. Uncategorized is the flag to say, look at this, this is important, this is to be reviewed with an accountant, with the auditor, hopefully not, and hopefully when I get to the end of this year with the books, I won't have anything uncategorized.
Okay.
But as I've explained numerous times, I'm dealing with the legacy of stuff here. That, you
I
know,
know.
it's just, it is what it is, trying to get through it and deal with it all. Okay, I'm gonna move on to this. This is the business license. Business licenses need to be billed. And I have a good list, I think, and I was gonna pass this around. And if you guys could just, you know, as town folk yourselves, look at it and give me any feedback, like, hey, I know this is out of business, or hey, this is my business, and you know, what's this, you know, like. So it might not be 100% accurate. I've gleaned it from you know, the system, which again, I mean, I can say this every time because it is an issue every single time I try to accomplish something like this. What happened last year, you know, like, how did they do it? Where's the orderly chain? Where are the documents that should be in a file on the computer? Or maybe, you know, no, it's not, it hasn't been like that. It wasn't like that. It's not like that. And, you know, I should have taken photographs of every single, drawer I opened up in the office. You can still come and look at the computer.
I know.
have my file, and I put everything in my file, and everything else is not a complete disaster on the computer, but not very orderly.
Well, I understand, I feel like there is a lot of, reorganization that we're dealing with across the board, and I know that this has been, you know, an ongoing problem, that we didn't have, like you found files over in Public Works that, you know, were missing files. And, but I guess, you know, as we go forward, I would like a system, you know, I'm gonna bring this up in my report, that we need some sort of, almost like a new system, like if you take,
I would like to speak to that.
yeah. Okay, so we'll discuss that.
And so I just handed Dana this, this spreadsheet of, what I do have for our business licenses, and if everybody you can cross something out, like if you see a business and you know they're no longer here, please, let's strike them out. If you see, if you know there is a business that is not on there.
Is Bugling Bull Taxidermy still a business?
No, they have a sign, but he's retired.
Okay.
When did he retire?
Oh, 10 years ago or more.
He was still working.
But it says that he didn't pay last year,
Right,
so. Yeah, I don't, that's potentially,
I think the majority of the businesses on that list don't exist anymore.
yeah, Mountain Mermaid.
no,
No, they, is that the apothecary?
Might have been for a month or two.
There's the apothecary that's open right now.
Yeah, and the apothecary is not on this list, it doesn't look like.
Used to be over there, now it's over here.
Well, that's something we could reach out to Laura about to double check.
Yeah,
Laura, yeah, she runs her apothecary, because maybe it's not just a different business.
Laura Ensler.
I'll just make a
I
note.
know the consignment store is now leaving their space.
Inzer.
Where
She said she's going mostly online, but I got
sent
to.
out last year, and I'm gonna use that as a template. It's
Didn't
not
install it.
exactly like that.
No, that was different.
That's the
It's,
It's Ravenshaven.
Ravens Haven is now on the side. I don't know if like Regina's Garden was on that list, because that one's gone.
Yeah, I don't see Raven's place on here either, but I don't know if she's the one who does the. Does she own the spot?
She doesn't own it, she's
So she still has to do a business license because she's,
stored.
town business. Even if it's not a storefront there, because we're doing business licenses.
So I think there's two
Short-term
different
rentals.
ones,
I don't think so.
the same business license for everybody.
Oh, there's two, there's
Commercial
25
versus
residential, 40 for commercial per year, yeah. And then there's the bed and breakfast, it's different, there's 100, it's 125 plus the residential business license, so it's gonna be 150 for this.
Yeah, Bliss Inn is on this.
Listen,
That
So I-
might be called something
and I
else.
wonder, like, how do they pay like per unit? Cause he's got 5 units right now.
Oh, Bliss, like Bliss Inn,
We would have to find like historical data on how that was happening before
I think he might have been, because I think his was a little bit
higher.
higher.
He just added 2 more units,
Yeah, well,
and he's about to start another business.
Yeah.
which we can
last year it was 225. He got,
Will need a business license for it as well, right? So he'll need one for the commercial space for the kitchen,
mhm.
he's doing.
And that's to council,
And then
right?
to-
No, you still need the business license.
Yeah,
He's just,
on here.
he's trying to get, come into business, so he's gonna,
We
need one for the year.
Now, instead of trying to backtrack to him in a month or two.
So we're saying like two,
Of course.
There'll be two, one for the for
It's also
the
got-
creperie, and
Anything
then
else?
one for
Oh, there's
his
more.
short-term rentals.
okay, so,
but if it's per unit, there's 5 units.
yeah, it hasn't been, and I don't know how to work that, I mean, yeah.
And
How do we work that out? Yeah, there's a fee schedule.
Somebody else looking.
I agree.
We schedule the fee, we pay how much
I
we
just,
charge.
I mean, probably these three are
Yeah.
the best people
Yeah.
to check them out.
Well, since, yeah, this is a big issue, you know, I don't know exactly how to come into our own compliance with this, so that we're like. You know, I was thinking about,
We just want it fair across the board.
right,
Yeah,
it's gotta be fair across the board. But, you know, I was almost thinking that, is there account numbers associated with this, or is it just names?
No.
The account numbers would make it easier too.
Yeah, and I don't wanna track it in QuickBooks, like that's how they've kind of been doing it, I think that invoice is out of QuickBooks. Which I wasn't able to find, but, and we should have a separate system, right, you should, and
For business
Excel,
licenses?
that's right, a spreadsheet probably for the business licenses.
I agree.
is that something we can do under G-Works then? I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, because then you have like, I mean, think about like keeping up with all the license plates in a state,
Right.
let alone the, you know,
Right,
I mean. It's the same idea, it's just we have this tiny little thing that we should be on top of, but it's tricky for some reason to stay on top of it.
yeah,
I think because we've been trying to, since we're so small, we've been trying to utilize like paper methods and Excel methods, but if they're not updated consistently all the time, then we run into this issue where we don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it can start off with paper, then it could go to computer, then it can come back to paper, I mean,
I
that,
mean, you should be able to print it out and have it on paper, but we should have some where we store this and it's like cloud-based and it stays. And
Yeah.
we can all work on updating it, as people come in and apply for new business licenses.
okay,
alright.
Maybe if you want to also, like, you could send us that list and then, like, I would give it another look. At some point and see if there was
sure,
anything that came up.
okay, I will do that.
And I haven't seen it yet, I'd be down to take a look too, because I know the business licenses I've given out this year, which was one.
Yeah, okay, great, we'll do that and then we'll get it together, yeah, so we have a
Cool.
game plan.
Yeah, good.
How to get them out there. Which might involve, you know, like you said,
Fine.
walking them around town, I mean,
Yeah.
not that many.
Well, that's what I was thinking was that, for business licenses, it could be more like, they're the ones bringing in sales tax. It would be more interactive if we,
Mhm.
said, I'm sorry that this is late, this is, even like a little heading. It just says like, this is what, what we're going through,
Yeah.
but everybody has
Be
to.
more personal.
And the other thing I was thinking was, how do we track? Like if people stop paying their water bill. And like it starts to get behind, like, I know I owe for my water bill, but like she owes for her water bill, like, how do we like?
I would say we need to hold off on that because we're changing the whole system here in a minute, like she and I are gonna sit in on a webinar about what's to come, but I don't know
Okay,
what's going.
but also business like, how, like, do we have a tracking system that says, okay, this person paid, these people haven't paid? I
Right.
remember.
The tracking system, this little X
Okay,
is,
For
I
now.
mean, it might not be, perfect information, but yeah, like, architectural harmonics. Do they still exist? Who is that? Michael Burton?
he lives up there.
Yeah, he didn't pay last year, so. For example,
We're just
it's not that many, it's like,
full stage rentals.
do we know what that is? I've been wondering about, that's not the mini storage, right?
Well, yeah, actually,
Maybe.
Lobasters have that, but it's called Crestone Storage or something.
Yeah, I
But that's been
Googled that
full
yesterday and had
stage
that.
rental.
Alright, let's,
Yeah, you really didn't have to Google the names of businesses to find out who operates it, we should have that information.
yeah,
We should
Yeah,
have-
but
Well,
it
alright,
just
so
changed ownership.
let's work on a system to get this back in order, and then it can get carried over to next year and everything will be. This is a transition year, I call this the Bartle year. But we could go either way, get reborn or we can.
We're gonna.
Fall on the hill.
I think we're good. There you
We're
go.
upward,
Yeah,
okay.
we're good.
Alright, next on your,
Okay, so that's, additions, corrections, which, okay, that's what I did already, alright, business licenses. And yes, I will, send, all of you this, and if you could get it back, as soon as we can, so we can get this done. That'd be great. So I have on here, approved time for Dana Reiter to do a preliminary review of our QuickBooks files to make sure of a smooth transition from QuickBooks desktop to online by her. And so, or I say we could approve the entire proposal with the understanding that I think is just very obvious, but
So-
understanding that if the
Just, you know-
transition will not be handled by her, the town would not pay her.
Right.
So just like pay her for her time. I suggest a couple hours. I asked her, I don't know where she is. She didn't get back to me. So
so just so you know, I looked at this contract, it's different than we had thought, for some reason. We got off thinking it was $2,000, it's not $2,000, I think it comes to about $1,600
To do what?
to do this transition.
With Dana?
Dana. There's everything's included in it. Except one line says if approved, we would give additional time. If need be. So it's different than we thought. We remember you were saying it was $2,000 and there was travel expenses on top of that and all that. It's not $2,000, it's $1,600. And it includes everything, and then if we need her for extra time, then it says that we can approve extra time at an hourly rate.
And it was,
But it
so it's
should-
just a flat rate of $1,600,
Well, I mean, there's 4 categories and you add them up to 1,600,
yeah.
but. Right?
that's, yes, I again don't have it, right in front of me, but that's my understanding. We looked at it together.
So it's a lot more, it's a little more, all inclusive,
Contained, yeah.
contained. There was not gonna be more than that.
Okay.
So we should, yeah. So I think we should just. I mean, if she has time, that was the other problem was that you were working on the audit, and you were working on other stuff, and Dana was busy and everybody was. Trying to figure out when we could do this, but let's,
But then there was, before the contract came up. We talked about not doing the transition until after the audit. And so that was just something
That
that we
was the
talked
other,
about.
that was the other thing.
And if, you know, if that's still relevant or. Or where we're at with the audit and that guy.
Since it's last year's stuff, I don't think this transition will interfere with that. I think it's fine, it's more like, you know, I've been dealing with all kinds of stuff and wanting to. Yeah, I was also wanting to. So finalize the stuff with the auditor, which I'm in communication with him, but we haven't finalized anything, you know.
We haven't even seen a letter of engagement yet.
Right. He's busy. He's busy.
I know, but there's certain things that like are on sort of a, you know, I know that he's not gonna get it by we're done. And we can't file an extension, so automatically we're in violation.
Yeah. So, but you don't think that, getting Dana and doing the transition, that's not gonna affect her?
I don't know when she can do it. I mean, I'll have, you know, it's not gonna happen next week. Well, actually, this preliminary part that I'm asking for could happen quickly. I don't know. It shouldn't take
So
long.
what's the pleasure of the board with this? I think we should get this out. I mean, this has been being asked for a long time. It's finally clear. I saw the contract that it specifically says extras would, you know, we would approve any extras on top of the work that was already presented, which is $1,600.
And this is the same contract. We're not talking about new information. We're talking, we looked at it together and talked about it.
I have a question, Kim, if Dana, is this gonna be handled through the airways, or is Dana gonna come here physically and meet with you and do the work here?
That's to be determined. The first, like, preliminary thing, you're gonna, you know, look at the system and make sure that this can be a smooth transition. She's transitioned other books and had issues with them because there was like the bulk, the mass of data was, you know, sufficient to derail it for her purposes. I don't know the details. But that's basically it. And so she wants to make sure that it'll, you know, she can do it. And like, what she's saying, like, when I told her how far back our books went, which is 2022, I think they started, yeah, 2022. With like, when I open up QuickBooks, the data goes back to 2022, January, okay? Somewhere else, there are files for other QuickBooks, that go farther back, it's, you know, that's in the system. So, but she said, oh, okay, yeah, it shouldn't be that big of a deal, because it's not, you know, the bulk is not that much.
Okay.
So,
And you, I would.
so that preliminary 2 hours or whatever it takes it'll be just her and I interacting, she'll screen share with me. And, you know, send her file or what have you.
Okay.
Are we gonna take this money out of, where? In relation to the budget?
So far, it's coming out of the forensic audit allocation.
Is that where Virginia's to come out? Oh, okay, good to know. I haven't categorized that.
Okay, well, I make a motion to approve Kim to have this preliminary meeting with Dana Ryder to transition our QuickBooks.
Second,
I would, just do the whole thing, I mean, even though we've already approved it, then we kind of pulled it back, now we have to reapprove it again.
Oh, to approve the contract.
With the understanding that if she can't do it, she can't do it.
Right,
I mean, she's not getting, you know, $1,600 for not doing the transition.
Right,
Yeah.
so I amend my motion to include the approving the contract with Dana Ryder
You got this?
for the QuickBooks transition.
second,
You knew it was gonna just happen, no. I'm just joking.
Great. And also, so on QuickBooks,
We need to
Wait,
vote on it.
we need, any more discussion on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you make sure that she signs the same precautionary agreement that we had Virginia and hopefully Elaine sign?
non-disclosure.
All in favor?
On QuickBooks, they have been offering this save 75% on QuickBooks Online annual subscriptions. So basically, exactly for what we are transitioning the desktop to QuickBooks Online, which we obviously don't need. I'd like to do this now. It's they say, I guess this around, save 75% of QuickBooks Online annual subscriptions.
So just so you know, they're not supporting the desktop anymore, it's kind of like our UB Max.
And that's what we were.
Where they're transitioning everybody over. to
Right.
QuickBooks Online, so it's kind of like we're still using an outdated system
Right,
that needs to be upgraded anyways, so this is just, you know, we're paying somebody to help us. I'm not sure what, you know, when you transition from one to the other, you said it was $1,500 or something.
No, I said that they offered the same service that Dana's offering for $1,500. I make a motion, we approve Kim to subscribe to annual QuickBooks Online. At that discounted rate.
I second.
Any more discussion?
Yeah, will you two be the same?
Is that only for the first year?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sure it'll go up.
Save 75% first year.
All in
when we-
favor?
So when we do 2025, we'll have to account for,
Yeah, so it'll be $457 when we sign up for it, and then it's gonna bump up to, it looks like $1,830. It's $1,830.
Oh, that's the old, that's the desktop thing. I don't know what it's gonna be in future.
Well, it just, you know, it just has the scratched out rate.
No, I thought that was what they're saying, we were paying for the desktop, and maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think that's the price that it'll be without the discount.
Okay,
But I mean, that's for a whole year, so when you break it down monthly. It's, you know, not,
and we're already spending comparable amount, believe me, I mean, I don't know exactly the amount, but it's, you know, we're being charged, we're charging us for the service, it's not a free service, but we got it.
So there's a motion on the table for QuickBook, you know, read it back real quick.
There's a motion to approve Kim to subscribe to QuickBooks Online at the discounted rate.
You wanna say anything about next year, continue, you know, hopefully. Huh?
I mean, I don't.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
The next item I have is, approved me negotiating with Virginia West for an agreement on monthly meetings of an hour or two. At her current rate, it's $50 an hour, so we'll see what I can do, you know, I mean, this might be too little time for her, you know, to come over here. So, like, I'm just thinking to have a resource, an appropriate resource to help look at some of these issues that I'm calling out. The payroll taxes from 2022, how do I categorize those kind of things? You know, Dana Ryder would be ideal. I mean, there's a difference in, you know, these two people and their level of expertise and training. I mean, Dana is extremely fluid with QuickBooks Online and all the payroll stuff, which is, you know, you gotta stay on top of it, like I was telling you about this 941 stuff.
I have a question, who would be more suited, Dana or Virginia?
For consultation, I don't know. I mean, I like them both in terms of what they bring to, you know. And also, So Virginia is gonna need to come, we talked about this at the. We've talked with some of us about, I would like her to answer some questions about, the write-offs. Like, okay, we wrote off, you know, some of this weird stuff that was on the books, and you guys have to legitimately ask questions about, okay, well, how does that, you know, affect things, you know, are we reconciled? Yes, because we wrote it off and said, we're never gonna see that money, we're never gonna see that income. You know, there's these weird expenses, you know, what is that about, who knows? You know, there's been that's what we did, in addition to just getting the numbers that needed to go in, which were mixed with all a bunch of numbers that were already in, which confused things from in September, October, November, December, January. And so forth.
Then you don't think Dana could do that?
Dana certainly could answer any question that I have.
Via research versus Virginia already having an understanding of the situation.
Well, so I would like Virginia to have the opportunity to answer any of your questions or questions from the auditor. That, you know, about what we did with the books from 2023, which, you know.
So you are saying you no longer are encouraging us to provide large number of hours for Virginia that we can assist in the process.
Oh, no, it doesn't take a, no, yeah, no, I'm not asking for a large number of hours, I got this. I mean,
Let me just bring up this was Elaine's comments about this, just so that it's in the mix, not saying that it's right or wrong. She said, if the town pays Virginia $50 per hour to work with your employee, $22 an hour to do the job that you hired an employee to do, i.e. basic bookkeeping, you are paying $72 per hour. Work that is worth far less, you might want to check on the amount Saguache County pays Virginia, as if they have no employees being paid more than $35 an hour. Number two, Virginia indicated to me that she's not familiar with municipal bookkeeping, so while she may be able to do balance sheets, she is not a person to rely upon for matters related to municipalities. Three, Virginia, first thing, at no cost to the town, should make sure the balance sheet includes all the land and buildings owned by the town, which was a big deal. For our balance sheet, I mean, Virginia was fourth. Virginia was very resistant to setting up QuickBooks consistent with the 2024 budget. Please see the attachment to my letter as to why this is necessary. I didn't see any attachment, so.
I would love to address that particular point right now.
Okay.
This issue of the books should coincide with a Microsoft Word document. I think that's just ridiculous, and it should never have been done like that. If Elaine had taken a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet, downloaded from QuickBooks, which is an accounting system, and utilize that as the basis, put the numbers and made changes delicately, appropriately into that Excel spreadsheet, we could have put it right back in.
So. I agree with that, and I agree, but until we get the supplemental budget, that's the budget we're working off of.
Right, and it's now in QuickBooks because of Virginia.
Right.
And all the numbers are.
They've been transferred, so what we need is then. And I've been asking for this, and I hope we can get it soon, is a spreadsheet like ours that has the budget and everything on there with line items that we can write in, so that we can start using it as actually like a worksheet that we're running off of, because right now, you know, she just pulled it out and she's still running off of that Word document. Dana just pulled that out to look at something. They
Thank
just
you.
pulled it out. Thanks for correcting me, and they, as us, we also, we need that.
Okay.
Like, so that we're working off of a document that is not that anymore, because that's what we're working off of, you see what I'm saying? So it's
So we
like,
have that,
if we're gonna, huh,
we have that.
I haven't seen it.
That's the,
That was
at the
most
last
updated.
meeting, we had at the last regular meeting, we had the 6 month
Yes, we had
profit
it,
loss with the
Versus
twenty
actual.
twenty-four budget
Yeah.
versus actual.
but I would like it in Excel format, so that there's
I
like
think
a
it
chart.
was,
Hmm,
I mocked one up,
Oh, okay.
what I could do, cause I took your request, and did one, and, yeah. So many.
What I'm saying is, if you want us to relate, if we're not working off that budget anymore in your system. If we are working
We
off that
are,
budget,
you
but
are,
if we're not
because-
working off this particular format of the budget.
Right,
Then we need it reformatted in your way so that we're working off that one and we can make adjustments and write on it as though that was our budget now.
yeah,
Even though it's not, because we still need to supplement it, but the
Right.
transition goes from this Word document into your system.
and it is, I
Back
mean,
to us.
it actually is in that, so it is in QuickBooks, and it is then, yeah, I mean.
You see what
I
I'm
can
saying,
go-
though?
Yeah, I can get it into an Excel spreadsheet, there's some, there's a lot of details here that we have to kind of gloss over.
It's just that like we're working off of a budget that, so you're working off almost like a different
No,
chart of accounts.
no, I mean, what I printed, that profit and loss, the budget versus actual, that's with all the information.
But it was,
in there.
that was only 6 months. I'm wanting something that has,
The annual budget, yeah,
I want that in your format.
yeah.
So that
Okay.
we all have it, and we can all look at it,
Right.
and we can all use it, and then we can all adjust it, and we can
Okay.
all work on it. That's what I would like.
And you're talking about the individual line items that.
How-
we have.
However, so she's basically stating that it wasn't put in the right categories because we're going from a Word document, which is this budget. The form that we have in our binders is basically a Word document. And then they had to take all those categories and put it into a QuickBooks format. And that's what she's using.
Yeah, I understand.
But I'm saying that when we relate back to our budget, we're still using this Word document. And it's not correlating totally with what she has because the order is different,
And it's not gonna,
huh? And it's never going to.
no, I mean, that didn't make sense. So
Yes.
we didn't do that, and we put it into QuickBooks, and that's the order it's in. And, yeah, I mean, so that's what we got, and I will print something out, and like you're saying, so that, for the year, that should make all the lines, appear. There are a few technical difficulties, like I tried at Elaine's last request, last time we spoke. Just for instance, she has all these professional services categories broken out, and like I tried to make one of those changes. And there was some like technical issue with QuickBooks, it's like, no, you can't do that. I'm like, why can't I do that? No, I can't. So I can show you that, but I can't say anything more than that, like, cause it's not from my brain, it was the system. Do you see what I mean?
Can we just have it? When can we have it by? End of the week?
Yeah, that's.
I mean, you could even
reasonable.
send it in a PDF form and I'll print it at my place, cause I just,
I can look into it today and see what I can come up with today.
the reason is just like, if you're claiming that we can't have it that way. The way that Elaine came up with it, then we need it in another format.
And it's there, that is what we
I
did.
know, but we
Yeah,
need it to be working off of, like,
right,
if the budget, and we've talked about this, it is our plan for the year. And right now, we're kind of like, our plan has gotten skewed because now we are overdoing a lot of those items.
Mhm.
We don't know that we're overdoing those items because we don't have an updated format
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
constantly being updated that we can,
Mhm.
next time we can see, this is what we spent, okay, so we can even write it in. So we just need to figure out how to get it, I know that it's more paper, but if you have to do it, on a computer
I
format,
can send it, like, sometimes I'm not sure what I can send, I pointed to Ariel, that, like, is that okay for me to send stuff around to you guys, like?
I think you can.
Okay.
Yeah, it's public information, there's no,
Yeah.
The board, okay,
I
Yeah,
mean, I think ideally too, it would be like, once we get this initial. Spreadsheet. Then we need to work on supplementing the budget and moving those things around so that we're actually like. In compliance with what we're supposed to be doing, and then like every month. Getting the updated version, and so once we get it all, because right now, there's probably, however many different line items where we've gone over budget. And we'll have to move money from one to another. But then if we can have it, every month, then there will probably just maybe be like one or no line items that we've gone over budget on, and we can, then and there figure out how we need to re-supplement. Cause it's like, I mean, I feel like supplementing the budget is probably something that small government bodies do like all the time.
well, yeah, she was saying that like she's looked and a lot of towns will supplement towards the end of the year
Okay,
when they know, but we don't really know.
right,
Like so even if we haven't supplemented yet, we still need to be preparing for supplementing
Yeah.
and knowing where we're supplementing and start almost like, okay, that line item needs to be at this amount, and then we can test it off that.
yeah,
You know what I mean? So even if it's not supplemented in the state records, which is what it needs to be eventually. We still need it for our own benefit and our own planning. It's like, for instance, basically, the finance committee and Elaine created this plan for us for the year. We've gone beyond the plan, but we need to know where we're at with the plan.
Yeah.
So that now we're like back in line again with ourselves, for ourselves, so that we're not, like where's this 5,500 gonna come from the LiDAR survey?
Right.
I mean, I know there's a cemetery line item, but I don't know exactly where it's at
Mhm.
and what we spent on it already and.
Right.
And we might have to up that a little bit.
yeah, totally, totally,
okay, yeah, and for the budget to come.
Right,
Yeah.
I mean, the budget is really for us, it is really our benefit, they wanna know that we're doing it, but it is for us.
Yeah.
And I think we've forgotten that over the years, I don't know, I mean, I just remember when Gwen was here, she would bring it up, she'd be like, yeah, you have money for that, and then. We would just take her, we wouldn't even be looking at the budget, she'd be looking at the budget and just say, remember that? I mean, we would never really even looked at it that much.
yeah,
So, I mean, I'm not saying that like that was a good way to do it. I'm saying that we need to be on it. It's our plan.
no, totally,
can you think you got it by the end of the week?
I think so, yeah, I will endeavor and,
I'm anxious to get on it.
okay.
and so where does that leave us with the whole Virginia Dana conversation? That's where we were at, and then we've sort of transitioned.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think Virginia, there will be questions, I can't remember who. We were talking about questions about, yeah, it was at the finance committee meeting, the one we had last Monday, right, that's like, well, legitimate questions about how, how the books were closed and what the standing is, now, and maybe, she can just talk to the auditor and answer any questions he has. She's an auditor, that was her background, so, I saw what she was doing, and I think it was completely legitimate. But, she was the lead on that, and so I think some hours for her to interact with him and or to come here and at some point answer any questions, that would be good.
So how many hours, I mean,
And also, I have some little here and there accounting questions, but she's been on vacation. I don't know when her vacation time is. And, so I've been in very minimal contact with her.
so the balance sheet, sorry, I was just gonna say, you know, the one red flag I had with Virginia was that land thing with the balance sheet, and I don't understand why it was knocked down like that and why it didn't. I mean, it's like $1.5 million off, which is,
So it didn't get on there, the number didn't get on there, it's just a number.
it is just a number, but it also kind of reflects something. It's a reflection of our balance sheet, like where we're, you know, it's
It's our net worth.
if you took a balance sheet in any business, I mean, that's kind of like that's your health,
Mhm.
you know? So if it shows something is half off, like you're
But also when you take somebody that lives
in,
35 miles away and put them in the middle of a disaster.
yeah,
And have them start putting the pieces back together, that's an ongoing process.
it is, but
So-
you know, that was supposed to be done, and when they brought it to us, it was supposed to be, you know, a completed balance sheet that was caught up, and that one item, all that had to happen was it comes from the previous audit and was carried over to this year. And, you know, it just seems like it wouldn't have been that hard to balance it. with
Previous
the land.
audit from 22,
2022 even, it doesn't matter, I mean, that,
because it wasn't on 2023. Anyway, if I knew the number and where to stick it into the books, I would do it. I don't
I
know.
mean, I could find it, cause you should have the audit from 2022, correct? Or,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yes, probably.
so if you have the audit from 2022 and we have a balance sheet on there. And there's a item for land, then that would be the one that goes in here, I mean, there's
Yeah.
probably some little bits of adjustments that has to.
Yeah.
I mean, we bought a piece of land, we bought a new piece of land, I mean, I just want
I'll look for the 2022 audit and I'll look for that,
line.
the line, that line for the land.
Yeah. And
So is your concern, Benji, like? In your confidence with Virginia,
A
because
little
that,
bit, I mean, I think it came up with Elaine, because when we were looking at it, she didn't realize it, and then I saw it, and I was like, I thought we had. Like over $1.5 million in land. Between, you know, this building and, I mean, the land or the parks, you know.
So Elaine didn't see it either,
Huh?
Elaine didn't see.
She didn't see it, she didn't see it, she didn't see it until I brought it up with her.
Right, great, awesome. So
And
that
then-
puts all of our finance people on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, that's what she just brought up here too, she just said, that should be adjusted
I mean, I do
by
think,
Virginia,
And what you're reading there is her resignation letter,
no. It was
It's an
another
additional.
additional,
which probably should be under correspondence, maybe.
well, I'm bringing it up. Based on I'm bringing.
I thought
It's on the treasury report.
I thought Elaine was done with us, so if she's continuing to send you letters directing things, I think that should go under correspondence. Or be made public,
That's fine, but then it would just come back into this
okay, that's fine
same
too.
decision.
I just thought Elaine was done, so if she's
Yeah,
still
well,
directing.
I think
then
she's not totally directing, she's bringing up points, and then I could,
That's directing from Elaine, which that's great and I appreciate, but
she said, what I do not wanna continue is the finance committee. In regards to hiring Virginia again, I have the following comments.
great. That's all, that should be made public.
Citizens comments,
Yeah.
yes.
That's, if she's not on the
Okay.
finance committee, then she's not
Okay.
directing or
I
covering.
understand, and we can take these with a grain of salt, and understand that we just. There's other sides to this thing with Virginia, and one of them happens to be that balance sheet not being balanced.
Awesome. Great, and so it sounds like she doesn't even wanna hire, Virginia for more than a few hours.
and
So
that-
maybe we'd be looking at making a motion to approve Virginia up to 10 hours to interface with the auditor during this transition. And if you are considering Dana for some ongoing support, that could be a separate issue.
Mhm.
So, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Kim, take some time to think about what Adam is saying. more intensely. If Dana is more suited for where we have to go from this point. And I know Virginia may have to answer some questions with the auditor, but if Dana is the person, then if we need to shift that gear, then let us know.
Okay.
So think about that one hard,
Okay,
figure out what's gonna be best suited.
yeah,
And move on.
So
okay,
then I make a motion, we approve Virginia for up to 10 hours to
Or,
interface with the auditor and answer a few lingering questions.
I'll second.
and are you referring to 10 hours for a period of time or just 10 hours
10 hours total,
total?
as needed. Which probably isn't really in person, but whatever, okay.
Any other discussion?
Move this second.
Yes.
Thanks.
All in favor?
Uh,
At a regular rate?
And then Warren's throwing out this, that we've paid her $6,000 or something. I don't agree with that at all, but I would like to see that on paper, how much we've actually paid her.
okay,
And that'll be part of our supplemental budgeting, because it's gonna come out of the forensic audit allocation,
okay,
and possibly so will Dana's future assistants, if that happens.
Which I think is something that, we're gonna have to, like, the backlash from that. People want a forensic audit, we're using that money to take care of what we need to take care of, but, you know, in the efforts of supplementing budgets, you know, like, we might want to resupplement that so that we can actually carry out that task that our community has asked for.
Well, there would be I mean, I think we should wait and see, you know, if not Dennis, Warren is going to the, what do you say, district attorney or whatever,
Yes, sir.
and they demand us to have an audit like that, then we would have to figure that one out. But in this case, we're kind of already auditing ourselves with Virginia. There's already, I mean, they're gonna. That's why I want it to be more accurate, so that it shows that we're,
Right.
with Virginia and then the auditor.
Yeah,
and then the auditor.
And Warren's been to the district attorney a few times already, and they keep telling him whatever. But concerning the supplemental budget, we talked about it at the finance committee meeting last week. And
Yes,
Kim provided me at my request that year-to-date actual and all of that, just so I can start making notes, but I think it would be good for at least two of us, if not more of
all
us.
of us. To have it.
Okay, but I want to have a work session. And if you think all of us, I'm open to that, but where we go line by line and discuss the changes and supplements we would make to start creating a draft, rather than just have her do it.
I agree.
Yeah.
But I think two of us or even three of us could do it.
Well, one thing I was thinking was that if you guys take what. For instance, like you guys think that what we should supplement, and you have like a lot of suggestions, and then you bring it to a work session with all of us. And
Sure.
we have looked at it before, we might come up to the exact same stuff, so you guys lead the work session saying, you know, this is what we wanna change, this is how we wanna adjust. And then everybody is on the same page with it. It just, what it does is it allows us to all,
Yes, so three of us, I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
All right, I'll send you.
so a financial committee work session.
Okay. And
And
then,
then
do you want to
we-
be there, or do you want us to just go? And then
The three of you supposed to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would be a work session.
you would like to be there?
Yeah,
I say what we
Do you
do is
wanna
just
take
create a
a
work
meeting?
session and then you guys,
I'll send you all an email.
wait. She has to know, cause she has to notice it.
Yeah, I'll send you.
Oh.
I won't be here the last week of July.
My suggestion is just have a work session as though it was
Just that.
all of us.
Yeah.
And then you guys pick who shows up. That work?
yeah,
Sorry, say that again.
I just said it should be just an open work session and then you guys can just, you know, if anybody else wants to show up, they can,
Sure,
but it would really be you guys
all
doing
right,
it.
that sounds good. I'll send all.
And then you just have to notice it.
Unless you want to decide right now to do it, I'm fine with that.
we can decide right now if that works for everybody.
I would say though that I like to be able to schedule things with the finance committee after hours, and I do not expect any of our staff to attend that. So that's why I like this whole finance committee situation where we can do something at 5 p.m. after we've done our work days and stuff.
It still has to be noticed though as a public meeting,
Sure,
so that's.
If there's 3 or more,
there would be 3 or more, but I wouldn't expect y'all to be there.
yeah,
And if you have, you know, hours, then I don't know how you wanna manage that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter yeah, I don't have to be there if I wanna make sure you have what you want.
Just give us the paperwork.
And maybe that's what I should be there at the beginning of the meeting and
Sure.
make sure, like,
So could we do
Yeah.
5 p.m. on like Thursday?
Sure.
This Thursday?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright, let's do that. And do you wanna do it, we could do it somewhere else.
We'll have to do it here if it's gonna be a public meeting with public.
No, you can still
We can do
post it
The
on,
cafe.
you could do it,
you just have to say where,
we have a,
it just has to say on the notice where it's going to be.
I do have my place, but I tore up my kitchen.
who has a key for this door? Do you have a key for this door? You could get a key for this door from check one out, so that you have a way
All
in.
right, we'll just, do it here.
well, I'll be here. I mean, I'll be here for the beginning of the meeting.
Okay.
It's 5 o'clock Thursday.
Yep.
The problem is locking it if you leave.
yeah. We had to make the apothecary or something with the drink tea. But I don't know if she'll be open, she doesn't really keep regular hours.
The bar's.
One of these guys has a
pretty
key.
quiet.
You-
We could go to the bar, I'm not opposed. No, probably here, because then if we need paperwork from Kim,
You can't do it here.
if we need a beer, we'll walk over and get one, but.
Yeah,
No, cause they start, at 6.
I said it's good to have a key to this door, so that if trustees wanna have meetings in here, then you can.
Sure, do you want all the trustees to have keys to the?
Does everybody want a key for this door so you can come in here and have meetings, and but you gotta remember to lock it?
Remember, I have to make copies.
I don't,
I don't want to keep.
I don't mind coming to get one.
Yeah.
It's,
Okay.
Okay, forget it.
Did you want a key?
I do.
I'll try to use it in one of my own locks and see if it doesn't work and then I'll throw it away.
Yeah.
I mean, we could do it at my wood shop too. And then set up chairs, have a computer, have a printer, we'll have the paperwork. You
Then
can
you have
come
to
by
make
for
a sign for
5
the
minutes if
door.
you want, or not, or
You have to
stay
make a
for 2
sign
hours
for the
on
door,
For their-
for their door. We had that before, it's just like a sign that says public meeting in session.
I'm fine with having it at your shop.
It's
Is
easy,
that okay for you?
And we all.
Yeah, I don't know where
Right
to,
there.
the street.
right up the street.
Can you send me the address to put on?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So Thursday at 5 in the wood shop
Yeah,
with the candles.
it'll probably be with the nail gun.
With the nail guns.
I just had one more little FYI, and then I'm done.
I have a couple questions.
Okay, can I, so I just wanted to like mention this. There's the unemployment account, which is like, when I mentioned the federal withholding thing, you know, like you have to go in and make payments. And periodically, and I have been in that account and made payments before and were locked out. And it's just like, I've tried like getting in and I've tried calling them and basically the system has hung up on me. Like, oh, you know, call back when there's somebody available. That's happened twice and it's just, I don't know, I mean.
I can speak to this too. I recently got access to it because I sat on hold for 3 hours. Got in.
Amazing.
So I do have access. We should still get you access as well.
Okay.
In the meantime, we can use mine.
Okay,
But you and I do need to sit down because there's like 80 or plus notifications in there for things that we missed not having access to it.
okay, great.
So that's just one more sit down you and I have this week, now that I'm back.
Okay, so a couple of questions, just status on bank accounts. For like deposits for rentals.
Oh, I haven't done anything. No.
I think they start renting on August first.
I have questions about that too during my report, or I can ask them now, whatever.
So it's just not happening.
I haven't done anything on that yet.
Then CDs, did the finance committee have any idea about?
Yeah, we asked him to put together, we looked at them all and they're kind of vague in the accounts, printout that we get, so she was gonna do some research. And list out what each one is, when they expire, and maybe there was another detail.
Yeah, the CDs, yeah.
And reinvesting them.
And we're looking
We just
at,
want the information really clearly so that we can look at options.
we're looking at or talked about, getting a higher rate at some of the electronic accounts.
Yeah, you hadn't.
All I did was went online and I said. Best rates, and I got there's lists of like top 10, and then there's different accounts that have that, but that was all I did.
Yeah.
Pretty simple, but
So we'll have to have some sort of finance committee meeting about that, I guess, separately to tackle that at some point.
I think it would be very simple if we made the determination which ones have the best rates. Let's just get involved with them and make whatever transfers we need to do.
and that's fine. The other thing is, and I don't know,
That, meaning at a different bank, so we'll have to establish
Yeah,
bank
I
account.
think you determined that there was some coming due,
Yes,
or anniversary dates were up,
yeah.
or near being up.
Mhm.
So before it gets renewed, we should just do that. And we also did have a little bit of conversation about opening this, blue, whatever it is.
I actually think that if there's a way to do it so that. The accounts that we're using consistently, we have money in here and we just have like a way that like. This account becomes maybe not the whole general fund, but some of it, like our useful part of the general fund, because we have reserves. So in other words, we have our reserves and our general fund all in one account right now.
The capital
Right.
reserve fund could go there.
No, but I'm thinking because of the ease, we could have, like if all the deposits and stuff could go in here, no? Why not?
Oh, I mean, we just went through a process to,
I understand.
all of us get on the bank account and, I mean, I would prefer to keep it
Wait,
at, and if there was a transition, like at the beginning of the year or something like really clean.
mhm. Okay,
But I don't know, I'm happy with our banking at First
Okay.
Southwest.
the only thing is we do have more than CDIC will insure
Yeah,
in that account,
yeah,
which is not a great thing.
yeah.
So we have to figure out,
Well,
Yeah.
we could establish a savings account, we were talking about that, like
Okay,
the savings
for that,
account could be over there.
Okay.
For example, we could keep whatever in the general fund and then, yeah.
okay,
I researched this and I was really surprised that FDIC insurance covers up to 250,000 for whatever's in the bank. So it's not even like by separate fund, like, it's only,
Yeah.
it's.
it's a total of,
And they have 40 years to pay it.
yeah.
So it's not very, doesn't feel very secure.
Yeah, so I mean, there's well over twice that amount in the bank account right now, in the general fund, so.
Well, let's get that taken care of real quick.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean,
But
that's
this, I don't
assuming that the bank's gonna go down, but.
yeah, exactly, and if that happened, then there's gonna be a lot of problems everywhere, not just here.
But let's look into that, because I think having an account over here, splitting it up between a couple accounts is a smart idea, just to have
Not to have all their eggs.
in one.
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
surprised that they put it all inclusive. I mean, if you're a corporation, you have separate accounts for separate items within your corporation. It seems to me that each one of those should be insured, not as a whole.
So too, that, I mean, look into it, I was surprised when I saw that, it's like per what's in the bank, like, wow.
And what do big towns do?
So it's like for,
Sorry,
like one person, so one person, if we have multiple accounts, then it's still only insured.
That was my understanding.
So, but if you had like, you know, your personal and then
Say
your business as two separate ones,
Yeah.
those would get separately insured,
No, that's
it
good.
would all still be the same.
I don't think so, I don't
It's
know.
all, it's 250,000 total, I believe, for each. Like, all,
I mean, the personal versus business, I'm not sure about that, and that maybe that is a distinction.
Okay, well.
what were the other accounts that we were asked to set up? There was one for escrow for, the upstairs.
Court escrow,
Court
financial escrow, excess sales tax savings, which we'll probably just do a savings account.
Excess saving. Okay.
There's maybe one or two.
Wasn't there a cemetery one?
I don't know if that's already there.
I think there is a cemetery one,
That's for the natural burial cemetery.
so but that's different from the cemetery.
Yes, because that money can't be touched for anything other than that natural burial. Upkeep and maintenance of the natural burial. It can be used for the pet cemetery or for regular cemetery.
I wonder why.
Because there's so many, we're a part of the association, we're part of like the natural burial council, so we have to follow their rules to be designated as a natural burial.
And speaking of that, we're supposed to renew that every year? Does that come up?
Yeah, we're up to date on Green Burial Council, we're up to date on most. All of our. Subscriptions.
Okay. And then what about, did we wanna have a cemetery? Is there a cemetery account besides the natural burial account, or is that?
I don't know.
There really was.
There's a lot of different accounts.
Yeah, it would be in the 2024 budget, which I no longer.
And that was for the purchase plots. That money I went in there and put it back.
There's the court one, we actually had a back and forth about this, about the necessity of having a separate account for the eventuality of some
Fine.
deposits or whatever. I say, okay, if that happens, let's set one up, but why have that in the mix?
I understand that, but we already got into that with that $11,000 that went into our account and then we had to refund it and it never. So we've already had that.
I would say why is because it's in the 2024 budget.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have 4 new accounts. Cemetery reserve, court related escrow, rental deposit and sales tax over budget.
Which can be just a savings, that doesn't matter.
The existing savings,
Yeah, the existing, one of the existing, yeah, okay.
which has like, what was it? $100 in it, or
Yeah, that's the payroll account, which never apparently doesn't use the.
and you were also gonna look at the ability to name accounts within.
In the bank, yeah, within the banking space.
Okay. Yeah, well, that was what I was curious about, and I'm wondering, if we can get on that, just so that we're in line with our budget and our,
Okay, thank you.
thank you, Kim.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Kim.
Thanks, Kim.
Cool.
I didn't know that was in there. Awesome. I didn't realize you guys had all those accounts in there. Next on the agenda is the presentation of bills. We got that in my report. I don't have a formal report, but, I wanted to bring up the business licenses, and it seems like we're all getting on that. And hopefully that will happen really soon, and then next year will be a lot more smooth, because we'll have some kind of system in place. And again, I don't really know what it's gonna take, but we have, even though we're not officially a business, we are, we're not officially a business, but we still need to sort of run this town as though we're up to the standards of a business, and one of the ways to do that is to understand that our revenue is, you know, coming in through these different channels, and we have to really take account of those revenue channels, and business license is one of them. Cat fees, sewer bills, water bills, cemetery intake, what else, fees or fines have to be, you know, like accounted for. So, I mean, I'm sure that you guys are paying attention to that, but I just wanted like another level, I think, in the office of how are we gonna account for this stuff, and, you know, there's the whole thing that when we reach the end of the year, if people haven't paid, then sometimes we do tax liens against the property. You know, so that eventually we would get paid, but they have a lien against them. And there's a whole thing with that, and that's something that, you know, I don't know if you've ever seen that before, but I remember doing that. We're not legally allowed to shut people's water off if they don't pay, but you can do a lien against their tax lien. So, I don't know. Maybe as we go forward, we'll start to see more, you know, organization around our revenue.
I think that's where we're headed.
And health funds.
How funds, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, sales tax is obviously our biggest one, and something that just comes in one hefty chunk, but. There's a lot of small things and getting down to like those, you know, it's like. Any business, when somebody comes in and they run a tab on our thing, we have to. Go through it and say, okay, this person didn't pay, I give them a call and say, you know, you have this amount. That's sitting there that you have to pay.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, our road funds used to be one of our largest accounts. Till we started hooking up with the county. But as far as I see, they do a little bit of plowing in the winter time. I've asked for itemized statements. They send bills 3 months. And we pay it. I just don't see a whole lot of benefit that we're giving them our entire up funds. And, I don't see what we're getting out of it. I mean, they do nothing in the summer. Not even in the gravel, or they don't clean anything, the culverts. I don't know, we're just paying them money to clean the watch, I guess. I
So
said
they
like
get
a little bit more accountability.
15,000,
The county road
right?
and our money that goes to them. And I've been complaining about this for a while.
Until she opened up the tiny.
That was one of our largest accounts before we hooked up with the county, and now we get nothing. And we get nothing, not
Really,
really.
you two just.
Yeah, I think it's part of our. That we located. Where we have available to us, if we get more in-house available to us, we can back away from some of those outside contracts. Unfortunately, we turn in that part of it, and there it talks about, but, we need them right now.
Well, I'd like to see a little more out of them.
So
According to the budget, we are only getting 15,000 from highway users tax.
And we give them how much? 400 every,
We give them, is that under road, is that what it is?
yeah, I think so. Our roads need some serious help.
I asked Dennis, and this is still in my report, but I asked Dennis to start basically going through like an overview of capital improvements that we're gonna need, and then where we can get money for them. I mean, we obviously have the bridge that needs to be improved. We have some roads that possibly need to be improved. We have, water system mechanics. We might need to get a new booster pump for our water system. What else was there?
the electrical components within the operational part of the well. And we're also talking about, we're actively looking towards replacing all of the meters in town. Water meters, and I've got something to say about that in the public works, but
So we have a huge amount of improvements that need to be made. Now, I'm gonna have a meeting with Randy Kenyon, not Randy Kenyon, Randy Sneed soon, and then hopefully we can have sort of like a group meeting with her and really get back on the same page with her, because right now we have gotten way out of whack. I mean, I sent her up to the CPCH, so she's been talking to them about this line extension that Warren brought up, and where we're at with that is that, because they've done some environmental assessments, but they didn't do environmental assessments specifically for water and sewer, they would have to go back and do those, and it's like months, and they're already going ahead with the work, so it's kind of like,
So
they're not following.
what was Warren's point about $120,000 that?
Right, so we have when we got that grant, we went out and we did a engineering study. And we did a jetting and scoping. And I think the total came to 120.
Yeah.
And if you don't use the rest of that money for what you said you were gonna use it for, then you're supposed to reimburse that grant.
Okay,
And
So that's-
again, Randy kind of has control of that, so she's gonna have to be, tell us how this is all gonna work.
and is that to your point of trying to transfer the grant to
Exactly.
the Living Wisdom people?
Yeah, so what we were trying to do was say, how about Living Wisdoms? Because they're adding 20 units and that was what we had originally agreed with, how about they use that money? Or use that grant in order to help their system. Cause it kind of correlates.
Yeah.
And now it's kind of getting behind because of this environmental things that's required in the grant and various other things, so.
I would love to have a meeting with Randy, cause I feel like we're getting somewhere with the budget stuff, but then there's this whole other like grant side. That I personally feel like I have no idea what's going on.
So we have 4 grants open right now. We have a mitigation grant, which is going smoothly, and I actually feel like we're making progress. That one was,
Like
Right now,
manager and stuff. for
well, we
it?
have a manager, and right now she went out for a RFP. We have to go through a whole diversity network, which is like a requirement. And so that has to be out for 30 days. We already went through the advertising in our own, right? We advertised for the manager and for the crew in our system, but then you have to do that on the diversity network side. So that's out for RFP. Next is hiring a manager and then the crew. And so we'll get to that point when the time's right. Then we have a grant for the improvement of this building.
Right,
It's just sitting there, and I think Randy's been,
that's the Sursa.
reporting on it every quarter. It's a DOLA grant. And it's something that we could go forward with, but we really need to know what's the next step with it. I don't know if there's even enough money to do what we wanted to do, now that everything's gone up. So that's something we have to bring up with Randy. Then we have the sewer line extension grant that Warren brought up, and then we have this grant for, the water meter, which we just installed, and we have to figure out, is it a reimbursement grant or is it I think it was a match, a
What's the
50-50 match.
status on that? I keep hearing a month. What is the status of getting it wired?
the full meter,
Yeah,
it was put in Thursday.
it wired all the way.
Yeah, it's wired, it's operational. We
Excellent.
need to tweak the system a little bit, as far as being able to get the information and record it and distribute it out, but it's up and functioning right now.
Okay, sweet.
And then there was a BOD meter that was installed, or a sensor. We can't use that necessarily. Is it something that's already ready, being used, but we just can't use it for like billing per se?
That's all I understand. I'm not sure. I'm waiting, because it's just happened. Brent is in the process of gathering information that He'll give back to us and whoever else needs it, accounting or whatever.
Right.
And, but
That was part of the grant too, though,
I
right?
think it was,
So, and I think that was more or less just to compare to the Bacchus readings,
Right.
more or less, and not necessarily to charge our customers more.
Now, I think it has a
Because it
strange
gave us to keep
spot.
more track of what they were charging us,
No, I understand, and so is the flow meter.
yeah.
But what I'm saying is that, and it's part of our contract with CPCA, or not CPCH, Rockland Water and Sanitation, that we have to have that, but there was a sensor that was installed like, I don't know when. He found information about it, it had pictures of it being installed in the hole, did you see that, Ariel? And he doesn't know much about it, like, why it was installed there versus like at the main out. So that's another thing that we have to figure out is like, why was it installed there? How does it work?
You know, I think I remember hearing back then that someone was afraid of having it in the same manhole with Baca, that there'd be some tampering with it.
Hmm.
And I don't get that from those guys. I've talked with them, they're just as sincere about getting it right as we are. And we're actually, I think now we've shown good faith that we wanna do that. By getting this flow meter in there, we wanna coordinate. I don't care how many times we read it, but we're definitely gonna read it on one day that they read theirs, so we can get a good comparison of the two. And even as Diego said, we'll just immediately, he said, we can get it recalibrated, so we're working on the same page.
Right.
So we haven't, it's so brand new now, we haven't even gotten that.
Well, what I'm saying is the BOD meter is located at the corner of Golden and Cottonwood, which is not the main out for the whole system.
Yeah, it's in the wrong spot.
And I don't know why it was installed there,
Golden and Cottonwood,
Golden and Cottonwood.
right next to Lonnie's.
Yep,
Mhm.
and that's not, there's actually another pipe that comes down and goes across,
Who put that there?
we don't even know why it was put there.
And the information I'm giving you is something that bits and pieces I got from Miguel. About this time last year.
He's got pictures of it, he's got like a whole book on it, and it shows what the meter looks, or what this like sensor looks like and all that, but he doesn't. We can't figure out why they put it in that hole versus,
When did they put it in?
you know,
A while ago. They being
they being,
water and sand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the other thing is, when the guy went in the hole the other day on Thursday, he noticed that there's a lot of clear liquid coming through. More than he normally sees. So he just made an assumption that there might be. A place where there's flow coming into that system. So it's something that is another thing that we might wanna look at eventually. Now, he told Brent, he said, the best way to do that is you check your flow meter at like midnight. You know, because then you can see, cause nobody's really using the sewer system at midnight, so if it's still flowing like that, like it was at midnight, then you know you have some kind of leak happening, so that's one way to detect it. The other way was just to be on the flow meter more regularly and see when it rains heavy, if it seems like it increases.
and if we had an equal number of people on water, that's on sewer, then you can match water pump, water bill with what flow rates are. When, just prior to the fourth, when we saw the spike in water usage, we thought that there was a possible break, and Brent and I, and who was involved as well, we started pulling manhole covers. And I noticed some clear water coming through as well, like the excessive clear water, and that was on there's a manhole down in this area here, I don't recall exactly where it was. So yeah, it could be an infiltration problem.
Could be just like a crack or something. Anyway, these are little things that, you know, are just kind of sitting there that we have to figure out how to get on. And maybe in the next,
But we are knocking them off the list.
right?
Yeah.
So I wanted
Thanks for
to,
the update on the grades.
yes. And there's also a book in there that has all the grants listed out nicely. And the ones that we're actively in, so you can get a little more research, but you gotta keep it in there.
Okay.
Because it's like the only thing we have, only record. So then I'm gonna update you guys real quick on CPCH. This is the Living Wisdom Project. So as you know, Dennis and I have been working with them to try to figure out tap fees and what's going on. So basically, our original agreement stated that CPCH was going to, they were going to, do all the work on the project because the town cannot handle that level of work. We would have had to subcontract it out with somebody, and it probably would have been somebody like Alcon, so they already had that going, so they ended up saying they were gonna do all the work. We were supposed to buy the materials, and then they were going to reimburse us, and then the reimbursement would come off their tap fees. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So what happened was, we went out for bid, which we were supposed to do. They claimed that we didn't have to go out for bid, but it wasn't really a true thing, so we went out for bid, we put out our material list. Then we had it out there for a certain amount of time, in that time, CPCH says or Cooley and Sons is now buying all the stuff, because they wanna have up-to-date stuff that's, you know, in line with the newest materials for their system, which is good on some level, because you know, then it's like up to their standards, and then we can maybe match their standards, because it's now better in general. And so we kind of agreed that, okay, that was a smart move, maybe, so we'll just leave that alone, but they still haven't paid their tap fees. Right, so normally you pay your tap fees, then you tap, now they're tapping. Now that doesn't mean they're gonna get water or anything, but they're tapping our system and putting in all their infrastructure without paying tap fees. And so we brought that up at the last meeting. It was kind of a misunderstanding, but they said, well, we don't know how much it's gonna cost for all these materials and how much it's gonna cost for the labor. So Dennis and I said, well, we need the bill, we need the amount, and we will compare it to what we would normally spend, and then you guys pay us the difference. So Dennis spent some time adding up the amounts and figuring that out, and it came to what, like, for materials 70 or something?
Right.
For materials, and then it was labor.
70,000.
He's not done yet.
So 70,000 that we would normally be paying because of
For
our
taps.
code for the materials,
Yeah,
for
For
21
taps,
taps.
not for extension.
No, they paid for the extension, that was just taps. Okay, that didn't include labor.
Double it.
So, yeah, we could double it. But they came back, yeah, so they came back to us and said for the materials, parts alone for those taps was 118,000. And the labor installation is $248,946 for the labor to install those taps. So then they said, 21 taps, and then there's a certain amount of EQRs when it comes to the sewer that they have to pay for, so. No, so our tap fees would have cost $100,380, that's what the total tap fee, so you can see that even the materials is now higher than even the tap fees.
Yeah.
Now, luckily, we changed the rule. It was into effect when it was posted
It should be published on this week.
this week. And you count the 30 days, and that's when the ordinance comes into effect, that we actually don't pay for but however, they already agreed that they were paying for this stuff. So we get no tap fees if we, agree to this, even though there's no way around it. They're doing it no matter what, they're gonna pay it. So what they said was, had CPCH paid the tap fees up front, the town purchased and installed the services per its code, it would have been much better outcome for CPCH. So they're actually kind of like willing to take the loss. Now, one thing that they came to us and said was, CPCH understands that the town was anticipating an influx of cash from water and sewer tap fees, and you explained at our meeting on July 12th that the town needed funds to support maintenance and servicing of the two systems. We have heard from the town board that they are looking forward to the increased water and sewer income that will result from Living Wisdom Village. The financial boost is about 15 months down the road. Being that we're gonna get a financial boost from their services. In acknowledgement of the town's current needs, CPCH is willing to make a $25,000 contribution now to support water and sewer infrastructure. If the town wishes to receive this financial support, CPCH will require a receipt for the contribution. So they're now saying, okay, you guys didn't get any tap fees, you're not gonna get any tap fees because they're spending actually in total with the extension, $576,168 for everything. But they're willing to give us a $25,000 contribution for basically the right to tap. That's what it would come down to.
So you're saying parts were $118,000,
What they,
20 taps,
21 times.
so $5,000. Between $5,000 and $6,000 in parts per tap.
Correct.
Did you look all that up?
What I did is I did a cost estimate in a different way, I just did it item by item, and I came up with approximately $70,000 in material. But not knowing what Cooley's hourly rate was for his personnel, there was no, I couldn't go honestly any further.
Yeah, we're just talking parts.
Yeah, but the difference, he's saying the difference between your assessment was 70 and their assessment is 118.
So even your assessment was $3,000 per tap?
Yes, I didn't do that math, if I rely on your number, if you said it's
Something like that.
Well, one tap is different. There's the community building, so every tap is a little smaller and then that one tap.
And that's like pit, meter,
a whole bunch of lot.
what else is in
And
there?
the difference, some of the difference, might have been, and it's not all of the difference, but some of the difference between my numbers and theirs could have very well been the length of, where the main was to the building. And using all copper, there were different copper lengths. Some buildings were closer, some buildings were further away.
The main,
From
to the
the
building.
end of the extension to the building,
Oh, okay,
to where that section.
well, not to the building, to the pit.
Right, right.
Are you suspicious of their number? Is that
I guess I
your
think
questioning?
it sounds like for the last several taps we've done that we've charged $3,500 and that the parts alone were close to $3,000.
I don't know, but I do know, when,
So not so much suspicious as much as like, what have we been doing for the last?
yeah, that's the question I asked long ago. We paid $2,800 more than we collected in tap on fees to straighten out the mess for Charles and Dana.
That included labor.
Well, yeah, their
Yeah.
number is excluding that as
No,
well.
no, the 118 doesn't include labor.
No, their total number.
Yeah, but I'm only interested in acknowledging that our current tap fee is the cost of materials per tap.
Yeah,
Or now, according to their parts, which probably includes a markup. Which we shouldn't have to be paying to the accounting for.
I look at it this way, I would just go along with what they said. Because if we, were to get into a legal contest, I don't think we come out on the right end of the stick at all, not even close. If they're offering to pay $25,000, the way that current municipal code is written, I would consider it a gift from them and accept
And
it.
then, I mean, from now on, this is never gonna come up again.
I agree with you, but I think we're getting screwed. Big time.
We did it to ourselves.
We did to ourselves.
I don't see, this doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, you can read the letter up high.
right, but if you're looking at like. Equipment and labor to install water line meters and pits is
Right.
45,000.
Right.
Line 5. So that's what we're talking. Is the
Equipment and
pits,
labor.
the only thing we should be talking
But
about.
sewer line too. So you have to add water and sewer, so sewer line, equipment and labor to sewer line main, and then materials to install sewer line,
We're just talking about water taps.
no, water and sewer. Maybe $100,000 for water and sewer tap fees, 100 and.
So we're essentially losing $75,000.
I don't understand.
Okay, if they just paid. Okay, according to our,
Let's break it into water and sewer.
okay,
So,
so water
we should
is,
get-
water is 6,500.
76,500, it's right there,
Yeah, that's water and that's sewer,
okay,
so 100,500.
and we're supposed to pay parts out of that.
Part and labor,
We're supposed to pay,
part and labor, we're the ones that install it, and we install it. And we pay for the parts.
That's the way the current municipal code is written. That's what I've tried arguing since the day I took the seat. And
That's
it
why
took
we
this long to get the
just
ordinance
changed it.
corrected.
In our ordinance, that was a big thing,
you just changed it to we will pay nothing.
not
That's
big.
right.
So before that, you told me that it said that we paid parts. And not
Parts and
labor.
labor.
No, I don't think I said that.
I
I
mean, we
said,
argued about.
quoting the municipal code,
Okay, so you can sell. 76,500 is what we should be charging. The customer. And here, material, equipment and labor to install water line meters and pits is 45,000, so they should owe us 30,000 for that. And we can
Water
talk about
services,
sewers separate.
water sewer services,
What's water services?
so they broke it into 3 things, equipment and labor to install water line main. Okay, so
That's
that's,
them,
hang on, yeah, materials to install water line main.
Uh-huh.
Equipment and labor to install water services,
I don't know what that means,
materials to install water services.
don't know.
Equipment and labor to install water line meters and pits.
Yeah, what's
And then
water?
materials to install water line meters and
Really,
pits.
I mean, it's the service from the main to the home. That's the service.
Then what's the so the meter and pit is a separate
just-
item?
One of the analogies I used. And they said it sounded good, is if you look at the electrical wires, you got the main line. And then it goes through the transformer and it comes to a personal property, and you have so that's the service. You go to a meter, that's part of the service, then it goes to your electrical box where you got your fuses, that's where the service ends. Then it's distributed into your home. It's very, very much the same.
So where in our ordinance does it say that we pay for from the main to the pit?
You'd have to read the municipal code.
Did you, and does it say that?
We debated this ordinance quite a bit. This was my big issue with this particular project.
We've always
This was
talked about the
already
meter and the pit.
Pardon me?
We've always talked about the meter and the pit in terms of tap fees.
And the copper that goes to the connection. The corpse. Or the corpse dot that goes to the connection to the main as well. Plus the labor to do all that work.
Materials to install water line meters and pits, $9,800, but then it says materials to install water services, 66,000.
We just don't use that language.
I know, that's one of the issues is the languages.
Well, we said that in the last meeting, is the terminology is throwing a lot of people off.
They're breaking into 3 separate individual things. Well, either way, I mean, they're claiming that, I mean, we could add it up any way we want, it's still way over what the tap fees are. And they will want to pay all of it, so we don't have to pay for it, we're not paying anything. They're only contributing, so like Dennis said, 25,000 is almost a gift to us. For the right to tap.
So it's funny to be flipping sides here, so now, you know,
You're right, yeah.
historically, I've always been, let's do whatever we can, and you guys have been very scrutinizing of the process. At this point in time, the process is not right, so for them to have made moves without agreements was not right. So at this point in time, for us to take their word that $25,000 is a gift. Sure, that sounds awesome, let's take the $25,000 and call it even, but the process
Well-
wasn't right, the language isn't right.
Well, we're supposed to have one more meeting with them, and I guess we could. Print everything and go through that thing and say, you know. Cause we're gonna have to really diagnose it. Down to what's what. What is services? What are the, you know, what's the difference between services and meters and pits? Right? Is that what you're basically saying? We know that water line install main is one thing, but here it's broken up into equipment and labor to install water services, materials to install water services, equipment and labor to install water line meters and pits, and materials to install water line meters and pits.
It's, yeah, that's not the language we use, and 3 months ago, if I had. Purchased a water tap for $3,500. And the water main was running up my road, there would have been a, 15 to 20 foot extension. And we'll call that the service. And then the meter. And the town would have paid for the meter installation, would they have paid for the 20-foot service? According to our current code? Okay,
I'm just wondering about services, I mean, like, I don't understand why that is so much more expensive. For the sewer, there's no meter, right? Sewer doesn't have a meter,
right,
so. There is no meter and pit for that, but they break that into two parts, sewer line main, sewer line services.
right, and I'm only interested in water rate, because those numbers are super clear. Well, our numbers are clear.
If, yeah, my point had always been that the tap-on fee was for the privilege of tapping. It had nothing to do with construction.
It should be,
Yes, and that's what we have now.
So we have,
That's what we have now. And if that would have been, if we just separated out that 70 grand, the $70,000 an estimate that I had made. And looking at the $100,000 tap-on fee
you got 30,
and adding their labor.
Yeah.
To it, that still would have exceeded.
exactly.
and yeah,
That's-
so, and here, even so, like. These numbers are based on their designs. So if they wanted to put the meter. At the beginning of the property. I'm sorry, the main at the beginning of the property. And only account for. Materials to install water line main. And equipment and labor to install water line main. Becomes $100,000, and now it's $92,000 to provide water services. And they're charging us for that. Does that mean that they are running from the beginning of the property line to every single meter pit and charging us $92,000 for
Yeah.
that? That's not right.
No, they're running
this.
these services from the main that's inside the cul-de-sac.
Well, where's the main?
Main's over here,
Yeah, but don't,
No, the main extension, is it here
all
or
of
is it
this,
here?
all this is an extension.
So. Took $90,000 to provide water services, is that from here to each pit, or is that from here?
no, it's from the main that runs down the road to each home.
And this is the main. So from here,
Right,
why is that $92,000?
that's what they're costing.
It's weird, I see what you're saying, I see what you're saying.
I can't argue with them, I don't know, I don't do the payroll, I don't know what their men are.
So when we charge a tap fee and do the work and the material and all of that, then we determine. The process and the materials and the labor, and we have a say over it. And
I
in this
don't get
case,
what you're saying, I don't understand.
So he's just saying that they're determining where everything, they're creating a price that is based on their determination of what they're doing. if we were doing it ourselves, we would determine what we wanted done. Why is
Well-
if the line from the main, this line is way more expensive than all meters.
Materials to install water services
Yeah,
here
I
are
want to make
66.
sure that we're talking the same thing, okay?
So-
Because
Hold on,
we're, this is the main coming off the road. This is the main, part of this main.
Right.
Feeding the water and sewer and collecting sewer here.
Okay, it might be,
Of all of the homes around here and the other structure. Determines on where they're gonna go. from
Yeah.
here. Some homes will further back. some
I
will-
don't know how to really get,
So
I
what-
really don't know how
what
to.
is the top of the concern?
let's call it PEX, right?
When was the letter dated? Was it the Thursday letter?
Denise is trying to say something,
Okay,
but we don't
just-
have our
I'll
speaker.
see if I can see it. I'll see,
Denise?
okay.
Who?
I think
Denise.
you can hear in this computer.
I thought there was supposed to be some chat thing.
Denise, can you hear?
How come this speaker isn't on? Should we? Is it muted?
But real quick, I will also say, within the itemized list that they gave us, materials for water line services is a line. item,
Yeah.
If we
and
mess
it
with
has
the audio, we might
$66,000.
have.
So you're telling me, or they're telling us, that these pipes,
Um,
materials alone are $66,000.
Yeah, and I figured 70.
For
Um,
pipes from main to the
Yes,
meter.
but it's also the corporation stop, it's the V box, it's the sleeve, it's the meter pit as well.
No, that's materials for water meters.
Well,
They broke it out.
according to our municipal code, that was the.
They have, you need to see, they have an itemized thing, they have $45,000 for.
Recording in progress. Betsy, can you hear me?
And then they have 60.
I'm sorry, Benji, can you hear me? This is Denise.
Our audio, hang on a second. Before, so it wasn't, I was hurrying it up, but I.
That's 3,000.
For a pipe on the main to the pit.
Including the corporation and the V box.
I am following you. I think we need somebody to explain more detail because the way they have it laid out, they have the water line broken into three separate things. Equipment for the water line main, which is only 57 now. So how is the water line services 92,000? It seems like the water line main would be more than the services.
Well, we're in the meeting. Find out.
I mean, I definitely. you know, if we have a meeting and it makes sense to accept the $25,000, like. It's nice to get something out of it, but I am hearing what Adam's saying, where it's like, okay, like. And then on the other hand, it's also like they're a mostly federally grant funded situation, and so them like lying about their finances to some degree or whatever, like, and I'm not saying they are, it's just that like they have to report.
They're not lying, they're
all
just,
that stuff.
they just were surprised at the total cost. They got a bill for $576,168
Yeah,
to do all
I'll admit I was surprised that they were surprised. I thought they would have been more on the numbers of the contract.
but also I think to Adam's point, if I understand, is that like we need to clarify what is actually the tap and what are they lumping things into it. That, is that right, Adam? Like, are they putting together line items that are not working in our favor, but wouldn't actually be correct?
I think that we should account for and be liable for what our ordinance says. And that if that means that we get to mandate the process by which that happens, I think that's legit. And I think they should be surprised at the cost. Cause even if it's $300 a foot, which it's not, to extend a main, maybe that's $100,000 to $120,000, including parts, material, labor, equipment, all of it. And then to do 20 taps within that same process, I think that is high. And I think that those numbers don't make sense to me. And materials to install water line and pits is a line item, so that's water
Water
line
line,
and pits.
material, meters and pits.
Water line, meters and pits.
It's only $9,000.
It's 10,000, 9,800, so $10,000, so that should be the materials for the pits, the meters, and the water line between the main and the pit, and including the pit.
I guess so.
Okay, but the line right before that is materials to install water services is $66,000. I don't know what the difference between water services, water line, meters and pits is when we're talking just materials. So that's not clear.
Well, we'll check into it.
Alright,
So,
and then, yeah, otherwise let's take the 25,000, send us.
Yeah.
Denise, are you there?
She's
I
still.
don't know, she's there.
Denise?
And that's not living wisdom, that's alcohol.
Yes, I am here. Yeah, I am here. I wondered, Benji, if the board had seen the email that Kirsten sent you last Thursday with some additional explanation.
What we're going through right now.
Okay.
We're just mixed up because the language that they're using is different than the language that we normally use, and it doesn't, no matter what, I think we have, both sides are kind of at a disadvantage, because number one, it's more money than you guys thought it was gonna be, and number two, we didn't have the code right. There's 99.9% of the towns and cities in this country do not pay for materials and labor when it comes to doing water and sewer. It's just the right, the tap fees are just the right to tap. what do you call it, the right,
Privilege.
privilege to tap. So
Uh-huh.
both sides are kind of taking, we're kind of at a loss on both sides because but it's also our issue and we're willing to accept that. But now we're kind of like diagnosing your bill and don't really understand what goes to what, so we'll bring that up at the next meeting.
Okay, Benji, I wish I could explain the Cooley bid to you. I do not understand the details either, but our budget includes this Cooley quote. So gee, yeah, it's $500,000, but we have budgeted that into our project. We're just saying we should not pay another 100,000 to the town because there's duplication of.
No, and I understand that, I understand that,
Yeah.
I don't think we're
And-
expecting that.
And we have stopped the project since last Wednesday, and we're in a very, very, very precarious position with our subcontractors, because we chose to stop because we did not have the town's permission.
Right.
So we're in a really, really delicate situation.
They didn't have their permits done. Yeah, I mean, I would be willing to meet with Kirsten and with Akia and anybody who wants to meet really soon so that we can get this worked out. It would be really good to have Cooley come and actually lay out the plans and show us what each of their items represent on the plans, on a drawing, because even though the drawings are technical and they're engineered, it's still pretty self-explanatory in the drawings. You can still, even if you're a layperson, you can see what's going on.
Well, I can certainly get the message to Kirsten. I think she's gonna be the main contact with the town. I guess, I mean, Benji, the alternative was we paid the town $100,000 as you request, and you guys are gonna be in the whole hundreds of thousands of dollars to supply these services to us. So I
Well-
just don't see how I
Because
don't
we
know.
didn't enter into contract with Outcome. So we wouldn't be in the hole for what they're charging.
No, so we understand where you're coming from, that if you pay the tap fee and then we were supposed to reimburse you, it would be reimbursed for, you think that we would reimburse for the whole thing. That wouldn't be the case necessarily because, we might have had a separate contractor do the work at a totally different price. But it
Right,
wouldn't.
but who would you have gone to provide these services?
Well, I mean, it would have been a whole nother issue, so it would, it really couldn't have happened that way, so it is going the way it's going, and I understand what you guys are saying, we should just approve it and then take the contribution. And I'm kind of willing to do that. And not,
I'm also willing to do that.
I mean, we could just make a motion that we're willing to take the contribution
Initial permits.
and issue the permits.
I mean, I don't think that, I'm not saying that we don't get the clarity but,
Am I not-
I don't think the deal is gonna change or be better.
Which permits need to be issued?
All of them.
What do you mean, all of them?
So basically, on our permit, it says you're supposed to pay the tap fees before you do. the
On
work.
which permit? Building permit?
Extension, permit, water extension, sewer extension, water tap, sewer tap, we have 4 permits, right?
We don't have a permit for water tap or.
Yes, we do. We have an application
We
that
have an
has,
application.
we have an application that has an approval, how's
Okay,
that?
great.
So they haven't been approved,
The applications
the applications have not been approved
for water and sewer tap,
or extension.
which is a
Separate
different
application.
process.
Separate application,
Okay, but all of the work.
And
is
already
done.
started, yeah.
started, not done,
Oh, well, we can approve that
I know,
or. Approve the application.
I don't think at this point, there's a reason to deny not approving any of the applications.
Yeah,
All of
the
them.
work should continue.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's a separate conversation from
we didn't say to stop,
the
No,
money.
we never told them to stop.
Oh. Okay, why'd they stop?
Interesting.
Well,
Denise,
we stopped because our applications haven't been approved and we didn't want to run afoul with the town to go ahead without the approved application.
Yeah, they wanna do it in the right way,
Yeah, I'd
which
be
is
like,
what we want them
Why
to
did they
do.
start?
That is the real question.
Cool, yeah, I'm
Somebody
fine,
gave somebody authorization to start.
okay. Well, yeah, they should continue the
And it
work.
wasn't us that told them to stop.
so let's make a motion and get this settled.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the donation and sign the permit.
Can we have it be separate?
Sure. That we accept the donation,
Contribution.
the contribution.
Can we do the permits first, the applications first?
Okay, hold that thought. I'll make a motion that,
To direct the clerk to approve the applications.
Okay,
I'll make a motion that we direct the clerk to approve and sign have the mayor sign the applications.
I second that motion.
Any more discussion? 4 applications. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Next,
I'd like to make a motion that we accept their contribution of $25,000.
is there a second?
Second.
Adam, any more discussion?
Yeah, I don't have anything else. to say.
I would-
I mean, just that, I would like to know, I still would like to have the information from Cooley and still get that figured out.
We can still do that,
Yeah, I think we should still do that.
but that's not part of the motion. We can still do that.
Right.
All in favor?
Opposed,
No, wait a second.
that's okay, I can vote no.
All right. Why? Okay. Not in that spot. All right. So we have a quorum on that one, opposition and 4 approved, yays. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Should I create a permit for these 4 things? Should they have a physical permit that goes up
I
there?
think,
Or just continue the way we have them?
I think that, I don't know, we can create a permit, we could do it after this. You know, if you want to do that
I
now,
would say, that- so the applications have an approval section, so we definitely get those done, signed to them. Copies of it to them, ours go in our file, if you wanna have some kind of. Official
Record.
document for them to post saying, you know, that we let them go forward, and yes. Okay,
Wait, yes, create.
yeah, create it, if they want, if they need that,
Okay.
how about that? Otherwise, they'll just use the applications as their approvals, copies of the applications. Denise, did you get that?
You know, my audio is a little bit muffled, but I understand that you're asking the clerk to give us approved copies of the various applications for the water and sewer.
Correct. And we're accepting the $25,000 contribution as though it was a,
just maybe leave it right there.
yeah.
Well, we're very grateful that that the board came to that decision.
Okay, yeah, and, you know, sorry that it was kind of a difficult situation on all sides, and we'll keep moving forward.
That's our wish too. Thank you, Benji. Thanks to the board.
Okay,
And as a last note, I just wanna say, on water alone. This isn't necessarily for Denise, but for the board, on water alone. We're paying Cooley is charging approximately $11,000 to $12,000 per tap.
and that's on them.
That's on us now, because
anymore.
we're agreeing to those numbers, basically.
The numbers that we are paying won't come anywhere near that what they're paying. They're picking up the difference.
I don't think my point is who's paying it so much as.
So I never hired a Cooley to do work.
Right.
Yeah.
For myself.
And, you know. Yeah, I don't know
I mean,
how
again-
that translates to any sense of reality of how we've been doing business for the
They're
last.
not trying to
decade.
argue these anymore, they're just accepting the bill and saying basically that they're needing to pay it to get their water and sewer. And
You Alcon put the project out to bid. And Cooley was the low bidder. So it's not like we just accepted Cooley without a comparison.
all we're saying is that the prices have gone from, like if we were to do a tap before, we would do it for like $3,000 and they're charging you 11, but
I really think we should move on.
yeah, let's move on. That was part of
Okay.
my report,
Thanks again.
Did you have
Thank
any
you,
more that
Denise.
you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, I did, it's actually related. I had been asked to research the water use and the fee associated with the bulk water use that happened. The contractor Cooley, is that who? Okay. So I did so, we have a fee schedule for all of this, of course. And a note that there is a bulk water use deposit required of $500.
Hmm.
That's on the fee schedule, there's no other information.
Denise, are you hearing this? Denise?
I'm sorry, Benji, I momentarily checked out.
I would like you to, before you restart your contract with Alcon and Cooley, we would like you to also tell them that there's a $500 bulk water deposit fee that has to be paid prior to them using bulk water, which they've already been using.
There's a $500 bulk water fee. that they
Deposit,
must-
deposit.
I'm sorry, deposit. That they need to pay the town?
Correct, and then we would add up the amount that they use and then have a bill for them. And I'm sure it's gonna come out of this. This big quote that you have, it's part of their project, so they have to pay it.
And we need to clarify, it's refundable
Refundable $500 deposit.
or not, that needs to be clarified, it's not. Okay,
They're gonna pay the bill and send them $500, don't let them take it out of the $500.
Yeah,
yeah. Okay, but I mean, just as a deposit, we need to clarify.
Correct.
And we're needed, this, we need.
And then there's a bulk water use per 1,000 gallons or part thereof of $15.
per 2,000 gallons.
Might want, per 1,000 gallons,
1,000.
so maybe, given inflation, which is what this highlights here, this discussion. Things might need to be revised.
They do, we need to revise our fee
We
schedule.
talked about the fee schedule. That's gonna be right.
I don't think it's, I think it's something that might have to go to public, or
I think we do have to have a
public hearing.
and it has to be adopted by the next.
I wonder what the highest bidder bid.
Okay. Okay, but again, the approval of our applications
It's done.
is done and is not contingent upon this refundable deposit, but we'll look into that. immediately.
I mean, yeah, thank you.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Anything else for the mayor's report?
Oh,
That's where we are.
I had more, but now I'm like, my mind's on something else. Even though we're not working with Elaine, we still have to listen to our citizenry, and she does have some like kind of pinnacle representation of the town, so I just wanna make sure that we're still not ignoring people and that we're bringing the points up, you know, so that we're all able to, even with Warren, it's like, we should be listening to what they have to say. We understand that, you know, we're making our own decisions based on our, you know, level of representation, and that we are taking people into account. And we can put it in correspondences, yes.
I just, not to speak for Adam, but I feel like what he's saying is just like, there's a proper procedure for how the things
Okay.
come into us, and I don't like not being part of that procedure too, like the things that she has to say should be public record, they should be included in our packet, it should come in the Tuesday before and be in correspondence, so that everyone has time to
Okay, so the
relay.
point taken, yeah,
So, because she keeps giving it to you and not to like
right.
me.
Okay, so what I would do next time is tell her that I will put this in for the next meeting. And it will go into the either correspondences or into the appropriate report.
Yeah, I mean, you can either forward to admin or tell a resident that they should go through the admin. Would be how I would think it would go,
Okay, that's fine.
but I think it's fine to just forward it, right?
Yeah, and I don't mean to be a stickler, I just wanna make sure we're not open to liability, that's like why we to clerk school, just make sure that the things are all done.
Correct. Okay, so let's, I understand. I just was bringing up the fact that her report basically said Virginia, this was regarding Virginia. And we.
Right, and it's like giving her seat at the table when we have to go through the proper. We have to put into the agenda by a certain day, and then now, so residents would have to do the same
Right.
thing.
Okay, I get it. But had she come here as a citizen and gave us those comments.
She would have had citizens comments
She would have had citizen comment, okay.
and not a seat at the table, unless we kept being like, yeah, what do you think?
As far as the cemetery stuff, I'm still working with Reynolds, surveying, and they're gonna supposedly give me a contract, and we're gonna have the information. On, she already quoted us, we already approved it, we just now need to have a contract with them to start doing the work. And the great thing about this is that no matter whether we have a committee that looks at the cemetery and how it's plotted and all this stuff, we still need a very up-to-date survey with all of the details laid out, whether it be drainages, corner posts, existing cemetery roads that are already in there, existing cemetery plots, all that has to be pretty up to date so that we can get a better assessment of the land. And then I would recommend that we look for a engineer that has the capability of taking that survey and using it for a drainage report. And then we will come back to the plotting of that, and that will be, you know, 3 separate processes.
Is there a deadline on the survey?
I think it's gonna happen pretty soon, I just, again, he was out of town until the 16th, so.
It should fall right into place with the other, right after the other.
Cool. Thanks for taking the lead on that, Benji.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy it, I think that it's a really important and good project, and in the long run, I think we're gonna, really have something that, you know, cause obviously it's another big revenue source for us, and also is, yeah, it can be done more up to date as well, which is kind of cool, so. As far as my report, I mean. I'll have a more formal report on our regular meeting, but this was just the stuff that came up in the past 2 weeks. So let's move on to the clerk's report, our new clerk. Full-fledged.
I didn't write a report this time because I didn't have the time, but I do have a few things I just want to update you guys on. Civil asset forfeiture has been completed, and in the future, the Saguache County Sheriff's Office will take care of it because they would be seizing the assets, not us, anyway, so they're willing to take that on in the future so that we don't have to do that any longer.
To see the assets.
Yeah, it's pretty much a report on like what assets have been seized in our town over the past year, and the answer was 0. We haven't done that, and if we were going to do that, we would reach out to the Saguache County Sheriff's Office to do that. So essentially, we're just gonna be taken out of the picture and they'll do that report for us going forward. We successfully completed our audit for the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, so we're compliant on all of our procedures for that. We talked a little bit about it before, but UB Max is migrating to a new software. They're retiring the software we have been using. So the treasurer and I will be sitting in on a webinar to start that process tomorrow. And then I'll keep you updated as we move forward with that. But it sounds like it should be a much better system, more reliable, easier to use. I've been working on the website update and I'm almost done. I wanted to have it done and ready for you today, but I'm not quite there yet. I need to work on URL domain. I need to work on finishing final update, but I would like to have it to you to review and look at by the end of this week. So I will be sending that link out to you, and if you could just, take a look through the pages I've created and, let me know if I'm missing anything significant, or if any should be taken out, then I will make those before we go officially live, which I hope to be August 1st for our live date. Sorry.
Are you happy with the way it's turning out?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's so much easier to use. It's easier, everything's quicker. Our agendas, our packets and everything transfer over immediately. I can take minutes in the system. I think it's gonna be really beneficial and it's gonna be easy to train anyone who wants to use it.
And are you allowed to post unapproved minutes, or how does that work? Are there minutes, are you allowed to do that, or?
I believe I could post it as draft minutes. Until they are approved. So if that's something you'd like me to do as well, I'd be happy to do that.
As long as it's draft, like really posted that way, so people don't think that.
It would have to be in a completely different place too,
Okay.
so I would make sure.
What's the benefit to that? To posting unapproved minutes?
I don't know,
Sounds like more work, right?
I mean, it is more work,
Yeah.
but if it was something you wanted, I wouldn't be opposed.
Are you moving forward with the video link?
So we did create a YouTube channel, and I had Sarah upload all of the videos that we had. And then I took a class on records retention, and we're not supposed to have videos up. Where they're not supposed to be available to the public 6 months after the minutes have been approved.
So I guess what I'm getting at is on a regular basis. You could have, according to that, last month's meeting. So having also unapproved minutes sounds redundant and unnecessary. So if people could log on and access a video of a meeting that happened a week ago, but they have to wait 3 weeks for minutes, to me, that seems like the appropriate.
so what were you saying? Sorry, that you have to wait 6 months to post a video?
No, they have to be erased 6 months after
Oh,
the minutes have been approved. So us even essentially having any of those videos is against our record retention schedule,
except for the 6 months.
except for the 6 months. So I have her remove everything besides the last 6 months of videos.
And personally, I think a functional website would have last month's meeting. And if anybody wants to see the video of the 5 before that, it would be a core request. And to not have unapproved minutes, and people have to wait a month to see approved minutes, and that seems.
Okay, as long as we are keeping up with that and feel good about it.
We will keep up with that, and YouTube will be linked to our website so that people can easily get back and forth between the two.
Does that make sense, what I,
Just having the last 6 months of videos available
to not have unapproved minutes?
Yeah.
People have to wait,
until they're approved.
Approved.
Fine.
and personally, I think 1 month's meeting, but 6 months is fine too. Of video, I don't really care, but.
Is it required that you have to have 6 months up?
No, there's no requirement for us to have
However you
videos.
want, and even that's less work and more streamlined, to just have. The one video at a time.
Take off
Yeah.
one and put one on.
And I'm pretty sure on YouTube, you can set it to expire at a certain time, so as we're posting them, we could say, 6 months from now. Make it private or, whatever.
What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, that sounds great, sounds like Ariel, you're on top of making sure we're not doing the illegal thing, so I appreciate that. Yeah, and it's great, I mean, we were definitely. When I got here, one of the big things was people felt like there wasn't transparency because there wasn't. The information that they wanted wasn't available, and now the information is available and like. I mean, compared to a few months ago, I think we're kicking ass.
Good.
I guess on that note, I'll just skip a little bit around, I did want to talk about records retention. There was a lot that I learned at Clerk Institute, so thank you for sending me. I believe the investment will pay off in tenfold by not having attorney fees in certain areas.
Nice.
I can't speak to like everything that I want to put in place, because I still have to kind of collect myself from the week of classes. But one big thing that I want to start on immediately is record retention, because we are not compliant in our record retention schedule at all. So I'm gonna have Sarah help me work on getting us compliant in our records, and then also digitizing most of the office so that we're not so bogged down in paper. So, and it's gonna be a multi-employee effort, because I'm gonna need to go to Brent and have his files, I'm gonna need Mateo's files, I'm gonna have to get into everyone's files essentially, and they've kind of been kept from me, but as a clerk, that is my responsibility to have all of those files. So, I will be working on that for the next however long until that's completed.
Awesome.
I don't wanna take up too much time. But. Another thing I did learn was that we're supposed to have minutes for all of our meetings, our committee meetings. And I don't think I would be able to possibly attend every committee meeting, but if the heads of those committees could start taking just some sort of minutes. So that we have that information file, that would be perfect. One thing I also did learn is as a liquor license authority, when we're having our public hearings, we're supposed to take a recess as a board of trustees and reconvene as the liquor license authority, and also recess from that to come back into our meetings. I don't want that to have us dinged, or for lack of a better term, in the future, so. But also, that being said, as of August 7th, you will no longer have to have a public hearing for liquor licenses. So that's something that you can consider as a board if you do want to continue having the public hearings. There is some benefit in transparency to the public in continuing to do them, but you don't legally have to continue. And then just,
Do we have to have some sort of ordinance or anything?
not to my knowledge, but I would double check, I would love to double check myself on that before, if you were going to make that decision, just to make sure that that's all copacetic. And then I just, Dennis asked for an agenda item for like a clock in, clock out system for employees. And that was something that's kind of been on my to-do list for a minute. I would just like to suggest maybe using Clockify. It's a software that helps with clock in, clock out, and there's options to have a GPS located, so you know where people are during their clocked in time and not obviously after they clock out. And they do have options for like project management systems, which I think could benefit us as well. As a team to be able to communicate better on the things we're doing, just tracking where we are in all of our projects.
Put it on your phone,
And it is on your phone, so.
Which
you
can-
can-
and Ken brought up at the finance committee meeting that that would mean that we paid a phone stipend,
Mhm.
which maybe we do,
So it's just something that I know with Clockify, if you wanted just the clock in, clock out with the GPS system added, it would be $9.99 a month. Unless you did it annually, it'd be $7.99 a month, is what it would work.
$9.99.
$9.99 a month. If you want all of those features with the project management features as well, that would be $12.99 a month annually or $15.99 a month monthly.
On top of the 9.
No, that would just be. Yeah, those are just your breakdowns of the monthly versus annual. But that other one would include all of the features from the $9.99.
Is it like, per person, or do we have?
It is per user, so if we take that and multiply it times your 6 employees.
Okay. And it doesn't translate really easily for the treasurer to be able to take those minutes?
Yeah,
Those-
so it runs reports, you can,
I mean,
I'd be happy to send the link to you guys so you can explore it kind of further on your own. So I'm not looking for a decision today, just trying to bring it to your attention.
Oh, so the base is $9.99, and then, so someone. Where we wanna be more detailed, might go to the higher rate. And we could do that, we don't have to have everyone on the high rate, everyone, I mean, if it's split up. Let's say, for example, Eddie, high is in the position he's in. We wouldn't necessarily need anything more from him other than his checking in and checking out when he's here, when he's not. But for someone who may have a need to go to other places, like for example, Brent, you might have to, for some reason, meet with people at Baca and accumulate information from them for, like on this flow meter. Then we would look forward to having to pay more.
No, I don't believe that you can split it by person.
So everyone would be on the
It-
same.
Everyone would be the $15.99 per
Okay,
month or the 9.
and if we wanted to try it at the 9 and go up.
Oh yeah, those you can easily kind of go back and forth from.
So what would they give us at $10 per person, $60 a month?
but I think what
$729.
Kim was saying is that if they're using their phone as a work device, that we ought to be paying a phone stipend in addition to that subscription.
In this case, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that.
You could also split out who you wanted to clock in and out on their phone versus the computer code, so.
And I would say as a general practice, I'd like to see like a proposal. So having all these numbers in our heads is great, but to see it written down like. Let's put these employees on this status and pay that much and then pay a phone stipend and it's gonna cost this much a year. Kind of based on your recommendations.
For sure, I'd be happy to like make a proposal for this,
And if we wanted to do that, how fast could we have to do it?
like same day. That
Oh,
we sign up.
So
And
what
it is
would
a
you-
software I have used before, I've used it to manage employees in the past, so it is
Yeah.
something I'm familiar with.
And what do we do? They would give you their phone numbers?
No, I would sign up, I would get everyone registered as a user, and then I would send out invites to the users via email or phone. Whichever they prefer, and then if they're gonna clock in and out on their phone, they'll have to download an app to do that. Otherwise, they'll just create a user name and login. Well, either way, they'll have a username and login, but the app for their phone or just signing in on the computer if you're gonna do it that way.
So how would then what would, so you would be getting an email through this company back to you?
How so?
You mean for the hours?
Yeah, if they didn't use their phone.
They could still do it on the computer, it would be the same software, just a different look to it versus their phone.
I got it.
And then either way that they do it, I would essentially be the admin and have, or Kim could be the admin and have track of everyone's hours.
Could it recognize if people are punched in and like, for instance, like forget to punch out, or how does that happen?
So I could set it that I got a notification, you know, if Brent said 25 hours. You know, it'd be like, hey. You didn't clock out, you know. Let me know when you clocked out so I can go back in and adjust that manually.
When we use at our place, we just use our point of sale system, and it has a clock in, clock out, and it runs a report, and you can have breaks set up and all this stuff, but. You still have, there's still some manual reminding of things, and we have a box, if somebody didn't clock out or didn't clock in, they have to write that, they put it in a box, and then when we do payroll, we pull it out at the date, time. Till it says when they did, so it's still. Annoying, it's still
That's
annoying.
essentially what I would ask for as well, if you forgot to clock out, like. You know, like forms, there would be a form
Yeah,
for you not clocking out and why, so we have that on file too. Cause
Yeah.
people are gonna forget to
yeah,
clock
it's
in
just
and
to
out.
make sure that,
First couple of days, yeah.
Especially in the first like few weeks, people are gonna forget until that becomes like second nature.
Sounds good to me.
Another thing I had, which I will also create a proposal for, is our phone system is essentially down. It's been acting up for the past few weeks. We're not getting calls in. Calls are not going out. Some of the lines go down, they come back. It's been really, I don't know, a source of frustration in our work and a source of delay in work too, when the phones aren't working. So I had Sarah research phones, she found a phone system for $281. Each desk would have a phone and we would still have 2 lines. I'd be happy to write a proposal for this too and have you look at that. I just wanted to bring it to attention too, because
I would say we should. Go forward with that, our communications is like foundational.
That's just to purchase new phones.
that's to get a new phone, it's like 6 handhelds
Yeah.
and.
I think that sounds appropriate.
So would you guys like to make a motion to have that done so we can?
Anything, it's a problem with the hardware, with like the phones themselves.
Yeah, and we've tried a number of like troubleshooting methods to try, because I don't wanna just buy a new phone, since I'm gonna try and make the one work, but we can't figure it out.
Okay, cool.
I make a motion, we approve the purchase of new phones for up to $350.
How many?
It's the system is,
Office wide.
is there a second?
I'll second.
Kim got it. Any more discussion? All in favor?
The only reason I would request a proposal on the other thing is because it sounds like it could cost over $1,000 and that it would be an ongoing situation. So
I guess I've been also wondering about purchases in general for the office, like what those are.
Yeah.
You know, because I think in the past it was under 500, the office could just kind of make discretion, have their own, you know. Do it at their discretion, but. Now we have this new process with the finance committee, of giving you receipts and everything, I just wanna make sure that we're all working together in a way that's.
I would like to say that if we're doing it properly, you guys would have your 2025 budget. As what you expect to spend, and then you have like this line item or a few line items that you're working under. And then you're making purchases based on that. This last one was all mixed up because you're coming in from 2023 and we already had the budget done. So ideally, you would have it budgeted, and then if you're going over budget, then it becomes a problem, and then we have to start figuring out how to adjust.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, I can just keep asking until we're at that point, you know, if it's like small things, like pens and things, I'm not going to bother you, but if it's larger ticket items, then I'm gonna just come and ask for
Right.
it. Or for who else.
Just, yeah, I mean, cause I would say, you know, you're gonna be coming up pretty soon with a budget proposal for your office and basically, you know, projects that you're gonna want, cause the budget is the plan, so if you have it's kind of a plan. And then that will get turned in, hopefully after the supplemental budget. And you'll have an idea of where we're at. So that's the hope for all departments.
Yes. Very last thing on my list was the apartment rental upstairs, because the last thing I had a motion on was to remove the rug up there. But I don't know how to go about removing the rug. Do I put that out to bid? Do I?
I thought the motion was to
Standard
replace the carpet.
I don't
I
remember.
thought it was to replace it, so the people that come with the carpet would rip out the old and put in the new at the same time.
So am I asking Project Pros to handle this?
Is that them?
That's who also I've had trouble getting in touch with. I don't know if you have any contact info from them, but
I've got Brett. Do you have his number? Do you want his number? Okay, I'll send it to
you
you.
don't have to give us me number, yeah.
Okay.
Just like something.
Yeah,
It should be under $5,000.
I think that's kind of, I don't remember where we landed with that, but there was like does it need to go out for bid conversation and whatnot. And then the whole like, we don't really want them to work trade for rent situation.
There was, some motions that we made that should be in our minutes, and I don't know.
I think we decided to replace the
That's why I
carpet.
bring up the replacement of the carpet. I just don't know like where to go from
I think you should ask them for
for a bid.
a bit.
Yeah.
And should be under $5,000, and if it's not, then we'll have to advertise.
I thought they were moving in on the first, so that's 8 days or 9 days.
Yeah, but that's part of the problem. I haven't been able to contact them, so I don't have an application
And
from
then
them
we should also
ever.
include
I haven't
the
been able to
removal,
create a lease
disposal
for them.
of the old.
Are they still interested or are they kind of backing
Cause
up?
it won't.
I
fit
don't
in
know,
that
cause I
price.
can't, I went as far as going onto their website and going to the contact us and writing them a letter there asking for, you know, just like an update or any way to contact them.
You think they'd be more motivated?
I just sent you Brett's number, Ariel.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, if they do a bid, then we won't have to send it out for bid. But as far as,
Unless it's over 5,000.
unless it's over 5,000, but removal, disposal and replacement.
Thank you, I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Corey. Thanks for going to the clerk school and taking this job to the next level.
Thank you for sending me, I really did learn a lot, it was like 12 to 14 hour days at school.
Jesus.
And I felt like my head still hurts, it's crammed full of information, and I'm gonna try my best to relay everything I learned. But also, it was a good networking source too, I know clerks in like Alamosa now, and Poncha, and Leadville, Victor, like all over, different sizes, closer to ours, huge places that are nothing like ours, it was just, you know, it's really good to have that network too, because people are gonna send me forms we should be using, send me answer me questions, it's
Good.
it is a really good investment, and hopefully you guys will send me 2 more years, because there's 2 more years with, and then all with credentialed
Oh, cool.
town clerk.
Awesome.
Sweet.
This was also very beneficial on its own.
Is it 2 more years of the same, like, is it the same thing, or is
You
the
know-
next level, there's like another level?
Every year you come back, there's a new level and there's different classes that go into more in-depth or
Cool,
into different areas. So
sounds fun.
It was kind of fun, I mean, I don't know, I'm a nerd, I like going to school. So it's fun.
Thank you for doing it. We're on to new business, skipped A and B, so now we're on the capital improvement funded by tap fees from trustee Paslusny.
That's what I was hoping to be able to do, and I'm not exactly sure how to do it, is to create a line item in our budget that will be strictly for capital improvement on the revenue side, the water tap on fees that we get, and then on the expense side, that money would be used only for capital improvements, not for the maintenance and the operation of the system. And I don't know if that requires an ordinance or just us talking about it and agreeing to it.
Can I get, like, when you say capital improvements,
Extensions,
so just specifically
water
extension
tank,
Repairs
for the water system?
and repairs over $5,000. That's how we should find capital now.
what I was hoping to do is just for, not just the maintenance, but for if we were to get a new tank. If we were to have a need to extend the water line or sanitary sewer.
Well, we currently have a capital reserve fund, which is sales tax funded. And that's defined as, it's got specific definitions of what it can be used for, so
Could this integrate into it?
I would hope so, but sometimes that might be used for a $12,000 repair in a broken line. So it's not specific to additional improvements. But maybe we can change the definition of that capital reserve fund, what it can be used for. I was hoping it would be used for future.
That was election based wording, it can't really be changed unless we,
Maybe,
that's right, I thought.
and maybe,
that-
I don't know if we can add to it, but I would think we could. I would hope we could. I don't want to have two different capital reserve funds, if possible, but somewhere in there.
Well, let's look and
So
see
we
what
need
that
to-
one was defined as and if we can add to
I'm
it.
sorry, what?
I said, let's look at that particular fund and see what it was defined as.
I remember I tried to say, let's pay some $3,000 bill out of that capital reserve fund, and Warren pointed out. You can't,
Five or something.
because of, yeah, some stipulations, but
I think we wanted to pay for the tank repair.
repair, that's what I wanted to
Yeah.
do.
Where is that information? Is it in in the code, is it in the document?
I don't
You know
know.
what it is? So
That's the one.
at one point, when we got. It's the 5% that comes out of our
0.5%.
0.5%.
What did you say it comes out?
Comes out of our sales tax. Every month and it's up to date, supposedly, it's been up to date.
If we were to, ever get the enterprise status for the water and sewer, then this would be, in that budget, this would be a revenue and an expense item. I guess that's why I was thinking of it that way.
Well, the only thing was when we were going for enterprise, we always had a separate water and sanitation account. And that was what was supposed to be run as an enterprise, totally separate from the general fund.
Right.
So I'm curious if that's what we'd have to go back to make it.
If we went
legit.
back to that.
Yeah.
System, then that line item would be in there separately from the general corporate.
So just for clarification, the tap on fees, what account do they go to right now?
General,
Just the general?
And but we would put them into.
Yeah, they need to be in the capital.
If we can add to.
So do we actually have to ask Warren about this? Because then we have to ask.
no, we were just gonna look at
Where the sheriff should.
where he sourced that information for a lot of. I think if we wanted to take tap fees and put it into a capital fund, we would probably ask Ariel to tell us what the process is and if we have to create an ordinance or not,
Okay,
and then go from there.
so should we direct our clerk to do that?
Yes, please.
Happily, we'll do the research and the
And,
answers for you.
and uh. I don't know, the information concerning the current capital reserve fund. And if we can add to that. But I was, never mind, that's.
I'd hate to see cap on fees go to repair a road.
Right.
Yeah,
It's, you know,
or paying salary or.
We feel like there's gonna be an issue when we run, and I brought it up with the. Booster pump, that if we're pumping water all the way over to Living Wisdom continuously. That there's gonna be, it's gonna run that pump out eventually. So things like that, we're gonna need to replace that, and I think that. That 25,000 should contribute to that because it's coming from them. So wear and
Yeah,
tear.
right, we're, okay, so that specifically in that 25K where we want to put it. Noted.
Okay.
So now we're moving on to, we already did the time card, right? You're good with that?
yes,
Discussion of additional hours for Virginia West was taken care of. Letter of intent to join board of adjustment, that's in our packet.
That was a good letter.
It's a good letter. So do we have a seat, right, or would it be an alternate seat?
I would like to sit down with you
Uh-huh.
sometime this week and talk about who's sitting on all of the committees. Especially so I can put that on the website as well. I'm a little bit confused on who's on the board of adjustments right now. I know Lily Zohar has said that she wants to remain.
Okay.
Dennis is still a member, or sorry, trustee calls his name, I apologize.
this is fine.
And then, there's supposed to be 5 seats, correct?
5 seats,
So who are the other?
but there could be 2 alternatives as well.
Steve Hume.
Steve Hume and-
Last
And,
meeting.
Harry Gergen,
Terry Gergen, so Aaron could be
the
the
alternative.
final seat.
Oh,
Where do we at? Let's see.
5th seat, is that right? Annie Pace, we were gonna check on that one.
Yeah,
Because,
I'm not sure
yeah, she might have,
that she might still.
yeah.
This
So we-
person seems really qualified to be a participant.
Oh, yeah.
Does anyone know Erin Murphy?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's our office assistants, it's her husband,
Oh, it's that Erin.
yeah.
Oh, okay, I know Erin.
the thing is, if you put him on, even if you put him on as an alternate and Annie Pace is still on as the main, then at least
You can
you can alternate, but he'd still be on it. And then if she doesn't show up, then there's that alternate. We could have one more alternate
So are you looking to put him on as an alternate?
until we know what's up with Annie Pace.
Then I make a motion, we accept Aaron Martin as an alternate member of the Board of Adjustment.
I would second this motion.
Unless the seat is available.
Unavailable.
No,
Oh,
unless the
unless-
seat,
and then-
the actual seat is
Yeah.
available,
Okay, I mean,
because she's gonna check on that. Right, I
Yeah,
mean, you'd have to have a letter or something from
from
Annie.
her saying she's stepping down.
so when you have a member step down, does an alternate become the member by default?
I'm not quite sure, I would have.
We could make him a member in 2 weeks instead of an alternate.
Okay. Or we could just make him an alternate and then make him a member in 2 weeks.
Sure, that's what I just said.
Yeah. You said instead of an alternate.
We got it.
Right,
I got you.
Instead of an alternate,
Would be an alternate.
which is what it is now.
gotcha.
That would be.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I knew it, I know. Okay. Next we have, I'm trying this. Agenda, I have. All right, we did website reviews done on old business. Auditor contract proposal, did we receive that? No. But we already approved it, and we're gonna go forward with that auditor or no? No?
You're waiting for the proposal.
Can you reach out to him as opposed to Kim and just say, I'm the clerk, and we really need a letter of engagement?
By the next meeting.
Yes. Farmer, Ronnie Farmer. Okay, now we're on to these well permit requests.
So I did research and we've never had an application for a well permit request, people just bring it as an agenda item. I do have supplemental material from Angie Jensen. She didn't have a building plan, but she had a survey.
Lanes we determined is,
In the lanes, we didn't know the block numbers, so I have those, kind of know this one.
Offutt Village.
For lane, it's block 28, so she's asking about the west half of lot 2 and then all of lot 3.
So lanes first on the agenda, so let's work with, even though this is for Angie, or do you guys wanna switch that?
So it doesn't matter.
What would you prefer?
We can do a lanes first.
Okay, so,
did we determine how many feet she is from the water line?
well, that was what we were about to do, block 28. You know, the lots.
Oh, sorry, the west half of lot 2 and then all of lot 3.
That's half a block. Okay, that'd be like half of it. So it's only 1.5 lots?
Mhm.
And what's the zone of that?
So those lots, it must be, low density, whatever it's called, low density. And there's water by the well.
And so there's a,
The lots are 50 feet apart, or 50 feet wide.
So it's 75 feet, if it's half of one and one of the other?
so that's a well in somebody else's property?
This is a well,
The Homer?
and,
And then where's the main water line?
this right there, it comes from the way this way, it's what I asked you. That's the lots right there.
Cause they have to be, what is it, 400 feet?
If they're within 400 feet, maybe they have to hook into the bunker.
And the lots are 190 deep.
192,
What's that, 192?
yeah.
And then so that no alleys or 100. 200. They're 8 feet short. If they cross the street, then that's a 66-foot right of way, so that puts them over 400 feet.
Isn't it a 60-foot right of way? But still. The alleys are 16,
Would we let them bring it up the alley? Because that's the case, if they went up the alley, it would only be this width of the right of way, plus 1, 2, 3. It'd be 150 feet plus the width of the right of way, which is 60, let's call it 60 feet. It's 210 feet. 200,
which if they get Cooley to do, should only cost like $500,000.
we'll get them there tomorrow.
That'd be like
You're
200.
coming off of this 2-inch distribution line here. The dotted blue line. Or are we coming off, or would they be coming off this main line down on the road?
Well, this is a distribution line, I don't know why they couldn't tap into that.
Yeah. Yeah, because if that's the case, then I mean, that's just right here, like. And you said these are 50?
Yeah.
So 50, 100, 150, and then 60.
Did you find that zoning map?
So you give it the entire way, that's 60.
But if they come from down here,
If we stay up, you know, and I would have to say, I don't know. Should be in your binder, I have a binder. If this would not be a service from that meeting. This would have to be an extension of the main, so do we want
Medium,
to allow people to run the extensions of the main line down an alleyway?
I mean, that's what the alley's there for, but
I think it should be out in the right of way, because there would have to be a fire hydrant in place at the end of the line.
Okay.
And I can't imagine if they needed a fire attached to the fire hydrant, if the fire department would want to go through any one of our alleys. I don't know what the condition of that alley is,
And then
if
prove
it's
them, sure,
vegetated,
yeah.
a lot of stuff laying around, fences.
so they can do it because it's 75 feet is the minimum width. 1.5. Okay, so that's good, no?
what's that, Benji?
I was checking the zoning, it's a medium density residential and you need a minimum. Lot width of 75 feet, so that would be 50 plus another half, so they have that right.
Oh, to put a well in?
No, to build, even to have.
Okay.
So 75 feet times 3 is
2.5.
are you saying that 75-foot lots?
Yeah,
plus the length of the lot is another 192.
Aren't those 50-foot lots?
50 foot, but they have 1.5.
So they have 75 feet.
Right. But the length of the lot is 142.
Right, 142,
It's right there. Have we ever, has the town ever thought about a joint participation with property owners in the neighborhood?
We spent months and months and months creating a extension policy that had reimbursement for other neighbors to pay in. So like, the farthest person spends $100,000 and then somebody else closer taps in, then they would pay into the reimbursement, but the town wasn't paying for anything. Which, if we had the money, I think that'd be great, just to support growing the list of customers.
So then anybody after them would have to, before them, anyone between them and where the tap was, or where the line was extended, they get a recap on that
Yeah.
proportionately to the amount of.
Yeah, and maybe it was after too, I can't remember. That was Karen Kinney, was anybody on the board then, were you? I think you were,
Where is it?
over there. By Armando, but.
Oh.
Would
Uh,
we want to talk to them to see if they'd be interested in doing some kind of joint venture?
Well, how would we pay for it?
I don't know, we'd have to take some time to maybe get some of the neighbors involved, and see if they,
to get the water line extended
yeah,
and try to
everybody pitch in a couple of bucks.
help. Yeah. Get a coalition together to help pay for it so that Elaine feels more incentivized to extend the water line rather than apply for a well.
Is she within the 400 feet?
I think it's right
It's very close,
on the, yeah,
it's very close. If you keep it out in the public right of way, not the alley, it'd be like 6 or 8 feet difference. Between, so it's like 392 or something.
I mean, I also get why people don't have their own wells.
I just, and I talked a little bit about it with Mary. I have a hard time, I really have a hard time giving permission for them to try the well permits. And not just Elaine and this other person, anyone. I see it as a way of, it makes it more and more difficult to expand our system, obviously. And then even if someone wants to, you have to invest in, I don't know what it will cost these days.
$17,000.
Okay. Spending that much. And said, why would I wanna give up my well now? Cause you wanna run the water main.
Is that what you got quoted in your place?
In the Baca,
Oh, up here, I think it would be like 40,000.
I think it would be more,
Up
Yeah.
there,
yeah, like in the Baca, it was.
Just think about-
17,000.
where we live, it would be a 300-foot well.
Yeah.
Maybe where Elaine is, maybe she's closer, that's closer to the creek, so maybe it's only 100 feet, but it's also through rock.
But it was, out in the Baca for 120 foot. It
In the
was
sand.
in the sand, it was 17 grand.
Don't they have to go a certain footage below the bottom of the creek bed?
I don't know the details. I know if I wanted to drill a well, it would probably be 40,000.
Oh,
It's really expensive.
And
so if we can get some other participation in that, or even if it was half of that, 20 grand.
to tell you the truth, I think it's more a. They don't want to be part of our system, is what I'm getting.
Yeah, that's the vibe I am also receiving.
So it's, why?
Because then they're subject to our dysfunction, misspending, fraud, so on and so on. And if we ever ended up having to join water and sand,
But I think this is why we have, regulations, because it doesn't actually matter how we feel about people having wells or not. We have a rule, and if they're within that or without of that, that's what makes the decision. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
totally.
I understand why they might want a well and to have their own water and not have to, be a part of this. Or even just on like a self-reliance sort of vein, I get that.
Do they have to be part of our sewer system for sure? They have to tap the sewer?
I would. They can't,
If we don't have access, they can go in and septic.
They are in the sewer service area.
yeah, that's what I just.
If it's block 28. But then as I have here a map that shows the district of sewer requirement and they're within that.
Okay.
I don't know where the line is, so.
It's,
One thing that's, the reason I brought that up is because there's a thing that if you're tapped, you use a well and you're tapped into the sewer, you actually get credit for that because they don't count their well. They don't count the well taken out, but they do count the amount of water going into the sewer. So it's a funny little thing that happens in the augmentation process. Where you have more water now going into the sewer and less water,
More.
because they're not metering the, more affluent. They're not metering
it's right
the well,
here.
Right.
so
Yeah.
on some level, it's still good for us in that way.
And.
If you're tapping into the sewer and you're at water,
Water.
Yeah, okay,
but
And you want to vote as a sewer. Where they are, just we determined right there.
but what I'm confused about is like this bottom line, that's the whatever 6 to 8 inch main. And then this is a 2-inch line. going over to this W, which then has well 2 on it, so what's,
That line is feeding into the 6-inch line.
okay, so that, okay, gotcha, that's our well. So if they were going to tap into the water line, they wouldn't tap into this 2-inch line, right? They would need to tap into the 6-inch line.
Well, there's no reason why they couldn't.
Okay,
They'd get the best pressure.
that would that then affect, you know, the pressure to everybody else in any noticeable way? Because if they can tap into the 2-inch line, they're definitely close enough.
Where's the 2-inch line?
This dotted one right here. You see that?
I do see that, but isn't that OR? What's R right there?
That's
Because isn't that a line that brings the water to the tank?
It puts it into this main.
This light blue main, though. I mean,
You're right, that's untreated water.
yeah. What, and this is where, yeah, that would be able to tap that.
No, it'd be down there.
okay.
Yeah, that puts some money out of the system.
Okay. So then does that put them in range to be able to apply for a well?
Yeah, it gets them further away from the main.
Okay, then
Yeah, because they can't tap into
the 2-inch.
untreated.
Right, so, I guess in that regard. They need to. What, as far as the well permit request goes, they go to the county first?
They would
No, they
the
already
state,
done.
and the state will send them right back here and say, do you have local approval?
Okay.
So she's trying to get that before going,
So I guess,
same with Angie essentially.
so for Elaine, she's within the distance, and so I make a motion that we approve their request to go to the state.
Okay. Or prove their local request to have a well.
The other option is Dennis's, Ellen,
Mhm.
we gotta. I've made a motion, right?
Yeah, I mean, no, it's just that I wouldn't mess with it too much, we already have our thing.
We've
I
got
mean,
to,
people are not gonna be going up, if we had money put aside and we were definitely gonna extend. Our system, I would say then it would be then it might be a question, but. It's not like we have extra money for that right now.
we've got that grant,
The grants for wastewater extension.
okay, for sewer line, right?
Sewer line, and if we do have money, our improvement should be on our existing system right now. As opposed to trying to extend, cause we're just gonna be. Pushing the limit a little bit with the new infrastructure going in up by you,
Yeah,
so.
okay, so I've made my motion,
Which was what?
go ahead.
I'm sorry, motion to approve the local request to apply for a well permit from the state.
For Elaine Johnson,
I'll second.
and we figured out that the 2-inch line they would be able to tap is not. It's untreated water, it's going up the hill to.
So they'd have to tap the main line, and that puts them
Takes it further away.
in the
Another.
over 400 feet.
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor?
Okay.
Okay, now Angie Jensen, and then we're almost done with our meeting, but we're kind of hitting like lunchtime. Which would normally be lunchtime. We're almost done, all right? Yeah.
Okay,
So
so.
this one, if you notice her survey, do you have that?
Lot 13.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I have more info from her as well, that I could give you.
yeah, please.
I love the fact that she wants to call it Moffett Village.
What is that about?
She says she does not have building plans, that's not her intent for this. She attached a building site survey. The current shape on the survey has no relevance currently, it was just put there for scale. She says what the town council can do in the future is to discuss a variance from the setbacks to give more breathing room for the creek. But she's not asking for that. Currently, there is a build utility site she's working on with utility permits. she needs a formalization via letter or document that the town cannot provide these lots with town services and therefore a permit for a well and septic. I'm happy to get water out of the creek and install a composting toilet if that's easier for everyone. I did tell her that she does have to hook into sewer though. We
Yeah.
do provide it, she's been within 400 feet, and I've made sure to tell her that a number of times. I don't know if she wants to hear that, but she is within the
Yeah,
sewer.
okay,
But she can also go to this. And she,
And ask for a composting toilet.
no. if
I
you
don't-
haven't, then it's good.
I'm uncertain of that, I'm a little hazy.
You know, she doesn't have a site plan. She didn't submit a site plan where the home's gonna go.
Yeah, this is the site, oh, well, what she did show is that. This upper corner is where she wants to build. Or where she wants to develop.
Is that where the dotted line is at?
Yeah, that's the setbacks
And so she wants to be
inside that.
inside that.
So one thing you could say is variances go through. The Board of Adjustment. They do not go through the board.
but as far, I mean, if there's, the creek is cutting. The property, so then she would want to have the well presumably in the corner where she wants to build.
That was what I was, see, so. The side that's on the lower, would it be the north, sorry, southwest, southeast, area of that property is somewhat, it's in a floodplain, because Granite Street runs above it, and it's a giant culvert, and it basically dumps water into the creek right there, and so she's taking some abuse from the floods. So she would really need like an engineering design
Yeah.
in order to build there without having flood damage all the time. The upper area on the northwest corner is where she's been wanting to build, and that's why I think she put those setbacks in. It's coming off Granite Avenue, and there's a sewer line extension that is coming in on Cedar and Granite.
You know, it's difficult, what I'm seeing in our water schematic here, that I'm looking at on the lot. It doesn't necessarily represent.
Sure.
So,
So right here, and I don't know if this is an old one, but there is a line that goes all the way up here,
sort of,
sewer line that comes down and hits this pipe here.
okay,
That's it, was an extension that was done. Her lot is.
This one, 13.
1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, but, okay, so the creek is actually, on that one too.
Creek is up on this.
Yeah, the creek is over that way.
Okay, so it's this that's wrong, not her,
Mhm.
her deal.
Yeah, this is much more.
You know, I would say that I agree with you, there's a couple of things that have to happen here, she has to give us more information for one. I'd like to see, a footprint where the home can go and where the well is located. Because this isn't a flood zone right here.
It's less of a flood zone than this. This is, because this is where the flooding comes right down. And just basically comes right here to get back into the creek. From where it goes now. Northwest one could be a flood zone, if this overflowed, if they rip out this whole bank right here.
Okay, this is,
I mean, you kind of have to see it to understand, now they've done a bunch of concrete in over here and kind of built it up. But it's an erosion rate more than a flood rate.
Yeah, I mean, if she puts, if the well is like in this corner, then there's a water line right here. Right, that's a water line, yeah. But if it's trying to go over in this corner, that's like.
There's no water line.
There's no water line
Yeah,
to get, so. But like as far as the 400-foot thing,
oh,
it makes a difference
I see.
where the well's going. For a lake of them, it's like the closest corner of their property is still in the,
Yeah.
is over 400 feet away.
This is where she's like, when she was thinking about building on here, she's like, oh, I'm gonna take all those trees, but I need access. And she actually has access, if you turn onto this Epsom alley, turn in here and there's access going this way, but
But I think it'd be really hard for her too, if she was building in this corner, to have her well over here, because then she'd have to run water lines through this flooding area. And that
it's
would,
not even a flood area, it's actually a
it's a
creek.
creek, yeah, so like, and
Which Lars did, right?
Ours did it when it was dry.
ours, oh yeah, really, like dug up and put a line in, well.
He did it when it was dry.
So maybe we try to figure out, I don't know how she'll know, cause
Is she 400 feet or?
if she puts it at the back side of her property, then yes, on like the more northern side.
She'd be close enough to run the main.
Doesn't she wanna build on the northern side?
No.
No, she wants to build on
On
this
the west.
northwest.
So the northern side.
Yeah.
So y'all just said if she puts it on the northern side, she is within 400 feet?
No,
The opposite, she did it on
there's very little chance that you can get across that creek
How
from that
long
corner,
is the-
go up and
the.
then cut over.
So if she
Under the
puts it
property.
here, then
Very difficult to get water to that
it'd be,
corner of the property.
but. How far, if she puts it in this farthest corner,
Sewer doesn't come here. Sewer comes here, so she can't.
She would have to stay on the right of way, cut back to the property. So it would
I think we
be
need more information.
192, 192,
Where's the
that's
house gonna be?
384.
She's trying to develop this.
Right, I understood
Yeah,
that.
she doesn't have that much space.
394. That'd be 494.
so there's,
The
I mean,
business
depending
is
on,
Gonna have to,
If she wants a variance, you
if she
can,
wants a variance there,
depending on where she puts it, she would be over 400 feet. If she takes it to, but we,
my understanding is she's trying to develop this upper corner here.
then I think she would be within the 400-foot rule, well, she'd be over the 400-foot rule.
But I think before I would say anything about doing, you go ahead and do it well. I'd like to make sure that the board of adjustments got a chance like this to make sure. Otherwise, we'd be saying, okay, you can put a well there and then.
well, and it seems like it's gonna be a village. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a Moffett Village LLC, so apparently. She's
That's a-
planning on expanding.
I don't think, I think that she's that, I don't know what Moffett Village is, but
That's her LLC.
yeah.
Her name.
I don't think it necessarily means that she's gonna put it multiple homes there.
Those
She
lots
does
are-
have a little village going down in Poncha Springs, but I don't think she's gonna, I think she's just using that as her.
That's the one coming off of Poncha.
Yeah, and coming down on Poncha on the right, she has all those places.
Yeah, those lots are vacated. Those lot lines. Between 1 and 2,
Between 1 and 2.
it's broken away.
What do you mean? What do you mean vacated, because this is one building lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, you can only build one house on this and plus an ADU.
Yeah.
If you guys want to, I can tell you exactly how to get there and you can go look at it yourself.
Yeah, and I would say it depends on where she's gonna put the well too. If she is gonna put the well on
Well, I would say,
the south side and it's within 400 feet, then.
Right, yeah, I think she just needs to let us know where she's gonna put the well. Yeah.
so, here's what I'd
What's
say,
it?
if you're planning on building on the southeast larger area corner of this property, you would have to tap system. If you're looking for the northwest corner, you would have to stay within the setbacks or get a variance.
Yeah,
And that would be the first. Hurdle to cross.
And so if she's thinking about staying within the setbacks, I mean, you can put a well inside your house, right? Like you can have the well under your house. If
I
you're.
think because we don't have building codes, you like, code would say you cannot do that. Like the IBC, but I think
I've seen,
here.
I've seen houses with a well in the crawl space.
Yeah,
Did you say IBC,
yeah,
International Building Code?
yeah.
Like enough. And then as far as the sewer, she's within the sewer.
She has to.
Okay,
Not in the.
not, alright. No. Not, but she's within, easily on the northwest corner, she's within a certain distance from the sewer.
She's got some difficulty with this lot.
No, I mean, it's an almost unbuildable lot, and we go look at it, is. She's got flooding on this side that's really bad, I mean, there's already damage. And then she's really low. So if North Crestone flooded, it would really damage that side of the property. And then this upper side just has very little buildable,
What's the size of the streets?
very.
16.
She might not, that property might not perk for a septic either.
Oh, she would never do it, I don't think she'd be able to get septic on that property at all.
Her closest corner is 256 feet from the sewer line. The closest sewer line.
You mean coming from, Cedar Street?
It's the one that's in the, well, I don't know how we do the extensions on the sewer line exactly, but there's this one that's in the alley. But like in between block 12.
She could have this.
Oh, yeah, it's this one, yeah, okay. I see.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
right
it's right
there,
there.
I mean, it's literally say 50, 150 feet away.
If
Why-
I wanted to do a composting toilet, would she have to do any?
That's another question.
Right, I'm pretty sure Saguache County, they have a process where you could request a composting toilet, but I think at this moment, they're like pretty much just denying everybody composting toilets. And they're working on it, it's something that like. Folks.
I thought
are
it was a state approved composting toilet, which they make.
Yeah, there's definitely there's ways to do it, but it is like. It's like a county process to go through the permitting board.
So she would still have to come and ask for permission to apply
Things
for a composting toilet as well.
which, I don't know, what's our,
I decided to just get a septic tank on my studio.
She would never be able to do that.
you got a septic because the composting toilet thing was,
Vague and unclear how it's
Unclear.
gonna be in integrity.
yeah.
But if you guys are gonna like, I mean, I haven't done it yet, so if y'all are gonna start approving compost toilets,
I mean, I'm
It's not
into,
really up to us to approve them.
that's debatable. I also have an approved compost toilet, which was done 15 years ago, and at that point in time. The town had the authority to act as its own board of health. And approve alternative gray water and. Compost toilets. So I have that in one building. But when Bruce Sheldon came in a few months ago and wanted to do that, we sent them away with vague, unclear information. My latest understanding was that it would be in most in integrity to either hook up to sewer or get a septic for new builds.
So you don't have a leach field, you just have a tank?
On the engineered design that I'm looking at for that new build, it would be a tank with a, instead of a leach field, it would be a drip line. And it
Do
would
they
be,
call it an arrow point or something like that?
I heard the word drip line and it would be engineered by a certified engineer and therefore would pass inspection by the county.
so on
But it's also
this,
very small.
I mean, if, I would love to talk about more in different capacities about composting toilets and approved designs and, you know, obviously would be the cheapest thing for people to be able to do in the future.
But right now, she's just looking for a well.
No, but she
Approval.
did say in her letter that she was curious about, what did it say exactly? Sorry.
She had said that if it was easier for town, she would consider getting water out of the creek and installing a composting
Okay,
toilet.
so she can't. get
Well,
water
she
out.
cannot get water out of the creek. Yeah, that's.
I can advise to that.
Yes.
And she
It on the
cannot
top.
currently have a compost
Yeah,
without process. But so we should tell her, like what Dennis said, let's have the Board of Adjustments look at it, let's get more information on where she wants to drill a well, where she wants to develop.
Well, if she's within the boundaries of the upper west corner, northwest corner, then she'd be okay, that we could give an okay to dig a well
If she's gonna drill the well up
in,
there
up there. If she wants to do it on the lower side, then it would be
within 400 feet.
400 feet and she'd have to get water, but then she'd also have to have an approved engineered septic. Because Mr., what's his name, Adam Freeze, he's right on the creek as well. And he had to get a special engineered septic tank, septic system because it's so close to the creek. And this is way closer.
I don't know, I don't think you could get a septic that close to the creek,
No.
and I wouldn't want to. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Just clarification purposes, if we're gonna send them to the Board of Adjustments, for the Board of Adjustments to review anything, there's a fee.
And if she,
So I would advise her on the board adjustment process as well.
And that's if she wants to do the well inside, outside of the, but we still have to approve it, we haven't approved it, but if she wants to do it. On that upper northeast corner, we need to know, and then it has to be within the setbacks unless she wants to get a variance.
So first advise her. Sorry. Ask her where exactly she's looking to put the well, because that could be whether or not you approve. The request for a well permit. And then find out if it's going to be within or without those setbacks, because otherwise she'll need to know, go to the Board of Adjustment and she needs to know that.
For a variance.
Yeah, for variance, right?
does anybody know where it says within 400 feet, and if that also applies to sewer, and if that's to the property, or if that's to the location of the structure?
That was what I found in our policies and procedures, I'd be happy to find it again and send that to her, I'll send it to everyone.
But even with the compost toilet, she would require a gray water system, and that close to the creek, she pretty much needs to hook into sewer.
Yeah.
Especially if she wanted to drill a well, because drilling a well that close to the creek, you would probably only have to go 20 feet. And if you've got septic or gray water. Right there, it's just, there's all sorts of shit.
Okay.
Yeah. So we clear on that? Next is Public Works Report. Is there, the only thing I had was that, Andrew is requesting us for more hours. Because he feels as though he gets into projects and then has to get stopped, and he's requesting 100 hours per month from 60. So another 40%, sorry, 40%. No,
Is he making $25 an hour?
$25 an hour.
What, I'm sorry, Benji, what was,
So Andrew's requesting that we go from 60 hours a month to 100 hours a month. Because he feels as though he needs more time and energy on projects. And he tends to have to drop out.
because he needs to stay within his hourly,
Are any of those, was he specific on what projects he's talking about? I know some of the things that he's talking about.
It wasn't
Gravel.
specific with me necessarily, do you know anything?
I talked with him recently about getting gravel and parking areas that got washed out. And, of course, you've got question coming up for the, North Sky event.
At the school,
Can we do something down here in town center? We don't.
Did he think that we did?
No, I did. I thought.
No, we're not doing a dark sky fence on the streets or anything.
Well, maybe,
how much are we paying Eddie right now, 16
16,
for how many hours?
16,
Yeah, pardon me.
20,
No,
20?
16, 20.
$16 for 20 hours
20 hours per week.
a week.
And Drew's getting how many hours a week? 60 hours a month.
60 a
So
month.
that's 15.
What's Drew's title? Did we advertise for that position?
They're both they're both public works assistants.
I think it was minimal part-time or minimal temporary or temporary part-time.
Part-time on call.
Part-time on call, that's what it was.
I think he's supposed to cut off his hours, and that's why we gave him 60. Instead of 100.
Well, he was, what was he before we gave him? 100 hours or 60 hours?
It was supposed to be for like a total of X amount of hours.
Right.
I would have to pull that to remember the exact word.
Yeah,
I would say that we would probably have to have advertised for the position to be created an ongoing position.
did we not advertise for the position?
Because he was supposed to be,
Just.
Just training and training.
Right.
I can see in the not too distant future that we'd probably bring someone up to work with some Eddie as well. Not probably after winter.
I mean, if you say there's like 20 business days in the month. 5 days a week, 4 weeks in the month, and you put in 100 hours, it's 5 hours a day. So, it's like,
I think we just leave it as it is.
at 60.
Yeah.
It's $30,000 to go up to 100 hours a year.
Or we match Eddie's,
Bring Eddie up to his hours.
bring. Eddie has more hours.
Pardon me,
Eddie, I think, is doing 20 hours a week.
bring Eddie up to more hours.
No, bring Andrew up to Eddie's hours so that they're working together the whole time. And they do, so they are even.
So that would be 80 hours a month then.
And Eddie's getting 16 and Andrew's getting 25.
But we will probably have to give Eddie a raise at some time.
After his 90 days, yeah.
I think we
Yeah,
have to
I mean-
advertise for the position.
I think we
You can't say that it was under public works assisting, because that's basically what they're both doing, is assisting in public works.
I think we could say that.
That's what that's how I would see it, is that
I'm sorry, I can't even.
there's no supervising role. It's public works assistant, we just hired 2 people as public works assistant because they're basically, we're supposed to be under the committee, is what we had decided, was that the public works committee is the supervisory.
I mean, at a certain point, it's like, is Drew? Is he like gonna phase out at some point, or is he just like, because right now, we kinda, it seems like we need both of them. But I don't know. I don't get the idea of.
My impression was, when we started, was exactly that he was here to train Eddie. Give him all the ins and outs of a lot of the little things that no one really notices or does. And, and then phase out as they got more and more comfortable.
Right,
I know there's gonna be some additional work on the snow removal side in the parking areas. And that you'll probably wanna, or have me to train them in. And, but winter being the slowest part of our business season, so to speak. We won't carry 2 employees through the winter,
right,
we just don't have that much work. And
so,
that's what I thought you just figured out.
yeah. But then again, you know, like. When summer comes back around. You know, is there the potential to fade it back in or get, I guess that's not here nor there, there's no.
Well, no, you're probably right, and that's probably when another employee will come on,
Mhm.
and whether that employee is full-time or minimal part-time through the summer.
I'm curious how Eddie's feeling. Has anyone talked to Eddie? Like, is he feeling like he's getting enough training? Is he feeling like he needs more?
I've heard that he's just really happy in his job, but he does work 2 days. He has his own, you know,
The trash pickup.
trash pickup. I think it's Monday and Tuesday, and then so he starts Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, is that right? Or I think he just works longer days, like, 7-hour days or something like that.
I'm sorry, understood.
I mean, I originally thought that we were also gonna use Eddie to help clean stuff and like do windows and stuff in here that was kind of on his own, so that was why I originally thought that it was kind of like also a custodial job.
Yeah.
Cause you guys are still cleaning on your own. I used to have a cleaner.
So we've had somebody propose that we just leave the hours as they are. Somebody proposed that we bring the hours up to Eddie's hours and then Drew's request at 100 hours.
Correct.
I don't know.
I was just say leave them as they are. I don't know if that needs a motion because it's already in effect.
And also, if we started in a total of whatever it was, 20 or 30 hours. As an employee, not as a contractor, and now he's an employee at 60 hours a month, he's eligible for unemployment. I would assume, so in a month, if we decide. We want to pay Eddie $20 an hour. And just do that, then I guess I don't know what we're doing here. By creating a long-term. Situation. That started out as a total of 30 hours.
I think it might be a good idea to put it on the next agenda.
And maybe with the request of just like getting a report that has like some of the projects detailed that. Cause you know, we got a correspondence from somebody who's like talking about the water system and worrying about the trees and the flower beds and everything. So I definitely am not suggesting that they don't need more time. But yeah, maybe if we could get like a list of the projects and then we can sort of like budget out what the time is gonna look like. And just be more clear on like, okay, if we do need to give you more hours, maybe it's just for this month. Or something, rather than it just being a blanket statement.
That always kind of creeps up though. I mean, what I mean by that is. We start that and then something else comes up and
Yeah.
then we extend it and before you know it.
Yeah, and I mean, I could consider the next year of. 15 hours a week. Because there will be work, and there will be repairs, and there will be training.
That's what we already agreed on.
Right, so leaving it as is, to
Yeah.
me, sounds better than adding to the hours.
Okay.
And-
On board.
To add more meat to that, it would be also be good to know where we're at in the 25 budget or
Yeah.
24 budget. But,
Yeah,
I mean, not that I'm using that as an excuse, but. We need to get those numbers.
Why don't we put it on Public Works? Next month, next meeting, regular meeting. And, renegotiate based on,
Public works meeting, public works meeting.
renegotiate based on a public works report. And I would like to have another public works committee meeting with the two of them
I agree with you.
and really sit down and go through it with them, see what's going on.
Okay.
So I know you're going away, I'm going away for a week and a half, so we have to figure that out. When we can do, when are you leaving?
I won't be here the last week of July.
So,
And what are we currently paying Brent?
Pardon me?
What are we paying Brent right now?
22.
an hour for 40 hours. Or, you know, like it's
30.
32,
30.
22
36,
an hour.
22 an hour,
36 hours?
for 36 hours.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess
So we got that, it's going on the next agenda and we will hopefully,
We might have a public works meeting.
Yes.
Hopefully before. When will you be on?
I'll be leaving on the 29th, I'm back on the 8th or 9th, or on the 9th, I'd say.
So yeah, a couple of things there for public works.
Okay, next on the agenda is.
Did you say? Oh, he is on public works.
Oh, you're back public works?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I just wanted the board to know that, Brent's gonna need to spend a little bit of money to fix his vent that's on top of the water tower, water tank. And also buy a chlorine reading device. It's a device, looks a little bit bigger and thicker than a cell phone, but it's how the chlorine is measured in our distribution system. And the two together is probably gonna be around $1,000.
For parts?
For the devices.
We're gonna rebuild the,
I thought he was gonna get a quote
he did 450 on
on that thing,
it. Yeah,
and then 450 on the other thing, so what?
it's about $600 for the meter
Oh.
reading device.
So,
It's not the meter, the Kelly.
Yeah, yeah,
but he does the labor?
yeah.
So we went on the labor, that's included with the labor.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we're not paying him beyond his 36 hours to
No.
do the labor.
I think this fellow down the street here that
Nathan,
across from your place,
Nathan.
Nathan, yeah. Yeah, Nathan.
Does anyone wanna make a motion to have that approved?
What?
Two things,
Brent's parts?
chlorine. Reader, chlorine.
Chlorine measure.
Is he seeking approval from us today?
Well, I suggested that because the way the budget is, I know it's not a whole lot of money, but we just wanted you to know. I don't know if we need a
I
motion.
make a motion, we approve our water operators request. Up to 1,000,
1100.
up to,
I wouldn't go up to, because I don't know exactly, we don't know exactly on that, it's an estimate on that.
So 1100 or beyond.
Yeah. well,
it's up to 1,200 though.
Okay.
A second motion.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
We really, really need the budget. Super duper.
And the cool thing is, he's waiting, he's gonna get another meter and then he's gonna try to fix that one so that it's a backup.
Cool.
It's essentially, you get a long reading and you keep recording it, I mean, everything's fine, and you pull them out, there's mushrooms going in the water.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have, planning commission report, there's no report for that. Correspondence, huh?
So code enforcement report, I think.
Oh, code enforcement, yeah.
We did have a correspondence, didn't we?
Yep.
Yes, with Mary Flowers.
Who's online. Should I have her speak even?
I can unmute her, please.
Huh?
I can unmute her.
Hi, Mary. Can you hear us, Mary?
Yes, hang on. I'm trying to unmute. Can you hear me? Hello? Okay, hang on.
Hello? I think you just muted again.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Oh, good. Sorry, you guys. Are we on the letter I wrote?
Yeah,
Basically, I'd like to just take a minute because I've been at the whole meeting today on Zoom. And I have to say, I'm really impressed with what you guys are doing and how you're handling yourself. It's very impressive to someone who has watched the board for many years. So good job.
thank you, Mary, I appreciate that.
Um, Basically, I feel like as a historian of the town, one thing we have neglected to do is to look at the entire history of someone's relationship with town and say, okay, most of this was good. The last couple of months weren't. But we have got people suing town, former employees, and I think it might behoove us to do what most boards and organizations do when someone leaves, whether voluntarily or because of health reasons, which is definitely Gretchen. Her throat is almost closing because of her dental infection. Um, we need to say, hey, thanks for your decade plus worth of service for the town, and we wish you luck in the future. And maybe come up with some kind of severance. I'm not as much on the severance simply because I know we're a little strapped for money or we're not. I never know who's right on that one. But that's where I'm at. I feel like it's really important for us to do that as a town. Gretchen's done amazing service over the years for town. The other part of it is I realize that it is often the case with towns that the administrator will send a letter to someone who has written a letter. The reason it bothers me in Crestone is there aren't that many of us writing letters. There are only 138 registered voters. And I would like to have trustees reach out and ask me questions before I'm on the agenda at the meeting. I feel like we're a small enough group of people that we could actually do that. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah, Mary, I think, I appreciate your, reaching out and wanting to like care for both the history and the relations of the town. And I think you're right that it's important for us to remember and not just overstep in the march towards procedure.
Would town perhaps be willing to write a letter to Gretchen and stick it in the mail saying, we've been really busy and we wanted to get this letter off to you, thanking you for your decade and a half worth of service to the town, wishing you the best of luck in the future, something along those lines. Ariel writes a beautiful letter.
I, I'd be happy to do that,
I mean,
and
the letter you wrote me was, and I was a teacher. It was a great letter.
I
Very
agree.
professional.
I had written the original letter and she made it so much nicer and so much better, but doing something that is specific for that purpose would be something I would wanna do. The other thing is we've been wanting to also honor Kyrena as well for her 18 years of service as well, and so that's another thing that we have to look at as well, because it's
We being,
The
Well-
board, I should say.
the board and staff. I mean, maybe you might not agree, but I just think we should.
The difference to me, Benji, is Gretchen was an employee, Kyrena was elected. And maybe there's a difference in that in terms of thank yous, but I think in terms of moving ahead, it would be kind of good to do this. And I'm not saying not do it with Kyrena, but that would be the difference in my mind. One is an employee and the other one is an elected official.
I mean, we also just heard you, Mary, say that getting letters from the administrator is significantly less meaningful than getting letters from the board. But now
And
you're.
not just letters, Adam, a text, a phone call, hit me up
Well,
outside the mercantile, something that's,
so having our clerk write the letter is probably less meaningful than the board having a card of some sort that we each sign, would be my opinion.
that might be good as well, Adam. I just feel like with what we have been through and in the interest of transparency and trust, doing that makes a difference. And I probably talk to you guys more than many citizens do. So, but for Gretchen at this point, going into major dental surgery and off on a new venture in her life, I think having a letter that says, hey, we appreciate the work you did. Maybe not everything, but by and large, over the years, Gretchen's done a heck of a job.
Mayor, I thought you sent the letter almost.
We did, but it wasn't that. That was actually her
Dismissal.
dismissal letter.
It did say-
I'd say we will let us quickly discuss it, and I think we can come up with something that's nice for her. I would agree that we do need to figure out a way to honor the amount of time and effort she put in with the town.
Thank you. I appreciate it because, like I said in the beginning of my letter, I completely understand why you needed to let her go when you did. But there is a history before that that I think needs to be acknowledged. So I totally appreciate you guys thinking of doing this and hopefully doing this. And I agree, if you think you should do it for Kyrena, by all means, go for it.
Yeah. One other thing, Mary, is I wanted to just suggest that also, usually on Mondays, these Mondays have been kind of weird, but usually Mondays, I like to have, like, we could set up a meeting with with me as mayor, and we can talk about things, because I know you've had a long list of things that you wanted us to look at. It's definitely helpful to sit down and go through it with you and see what we're doing.
To do that, I'm back in town now. I had some family obligations last month, and I was gone most of last month. And I'd be happy to do that, Benji. And I have to say, there were quite a few of the things on my list I heard mentioned, discussed, and obviously are being acted upon by the board at this meeting. And I really was very impressed with this meeting. And
Thank
good
you.
job.
And, we're using your, I am using your letter as part of my notes, so just so you know.
Well, that's cool, and I appreciate it. And I'm sure there's other citizens that have ideas as well. But thanks a lot, you guys. I appreciate the time and consideration, and I hope you will be able to get something off to Gretchen, because I know it would mean a lot to her. And I also think it's a proper ending to those years of service.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Mary.
Thanks, Mary.
Thank you guys. Thanks for your service. And yeah, have a good one.
Well, I like Adam's idea of a card, but maybe with some kind of note in it. So I would direct the clerk to
Would you like me to draft you something?
draft something small that goes into a card. I mean, we can
And get
all
the
sign
cards.
it.
I wonder, I don't know, like, how much would Raven want for like a 30-minute massage gift certificate or something like this? Could be nice to just like, along with the card, just have, if there's like something that's inexpensive that we can give to her as a token of gratitude.
Hour massage.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a really good idea.
So I'm gonna look into that.
Be part of Starbucks.
Starbucks.
You'll just have to drive an hour to use it.
Friend,
Yeah,
my
we
friend from Starbucks.
With Raven and see what a, what a gift certificate might look like.
That'd be nice. I like that idea.
Do you want me to go forward with or bring that to you next meeting, the price?
I would just,
Approve it up to $120.
Yeah, I can't imagine it'll be much more than that. Do we need to make that motion?
I can do it, if you guys are okay.
You just direct.
You just direct me.
so a card, small letter and a gift certificate. Lastly, we don't have planning commission, we don't have any more, do we have one more correspondence with Jennifer? There was something,
Yeah, that was under public works, it was a complaint.
and I think it's being taken care of, I don't know if you wanna,
Just let her know that it's.
I think I also let her know, but, I would maybe just, because she did send it, just say, the water system is definitely, been a problem and we're continuing to work on it.
Rain should be taking care of things pretty.
And Rain's helping too, but she's just worried because she did volunteer a lot of time and energy. Okay, any other trustee reports or?
Yeah, I had one thing, I got a letter from Jeff Winsett regarding the podcast for the
Oh.
Energy Fair. And it's a very nice, Afton did a very good job writing the letter. I know Jeff didn't write that letter. But anyway, he said that he just wants the usage of the town hall to keep his equipment, because it's such a pain in the neck, tearing up, taking it down, putting up, taking down every day. And it's expensive equipment. He didn't address the keys and we didn't either, so we would need to check out a key, but he says it would be closed during his podcast. So he's not interrupted with people coming in and out. And he would also lock up when he's gone, so there's security there, that door would probably need to stay locked. But I do want a deposit. I think $100 is fair, and I think we do need to charge for power. You know,
So he basically during the fair, he wants to be in here so that. And he's gonna bring guests in,
I think, yeah, one at a time or something like that, but
and then he just really wants a place to be able to lock the doors and not have to tear everything down for 2 days.
right. And we
And check out a key and $100 deposit, maybe $25 a day, just so that it's.
Yeah,
I think that would take care of the electric, cause that equipment's surely getting suck some juice.
I might be making this up, but I feel like at one point in time, we had some sort of rules about, consumption of alcohol in our public spaces,
Oh, it's still in
There
there.
are, you cannot.
so how's that gonna look? Are we gonna have him sign an agreement that says he won't be consuming?
I didn't even think of that one.
They can't use it like
I
We
think
can
it-
address that when we address the keys, cause that's not on the letter, anything about the keys checking out. And returning them,
I think if we tell Jeff what the rules are, that he will respect them begrudgingly. But I think if we tell him like, don't bring any booze in here, then I think he won't bring booze in here.
I could draft a quick agreement to ensure that's it's.
Don't
You-
drink here.
Yeah. Right.
Well, you could do it with the deposit, just. Oh, small rental agreement.
I also don't know yet how that applies to our rental or our space that we have.
oh, right. Yeah.
I'm just interested in not having a space on Energy Fair night at 10 o'clock where there could be 5 people in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want that either.
Maybe we work out a time frame for
Yeah.
this to be in
Yes.
too, it's like you can't check in before this time and you have to be out before. I just don't know the hours for the.
Yeah, it's so
Proposed hour.
They'll be,
It's like 6 PM latest in here.
Yeah, 7 p.m. they're gonna shut it down
So I'd say.
outside. It's from 7 to 7.
What time does it start?
7.
September
So we
14th,
just
at
get
7.
6 AM to 8 PM, so that gives him an hour of breakdown and
Setup.
setup if he needs it per day.
Yeah. And, you know, in the agreement, like. Things you could lose your deposit for would include, you know, drinking in here, like disruptive behavior and that kind of shit.
Yeah, I was kind of curious that they're not gonna rent a dumpster, the energy fair people. And then there was,
I think that.
We usually pick it up and then we haul it to the dump at our bus.
Can I ask one more thing, just as a reminder to have, if people are sending you correspondence or things to add to the agenda, to have them send it to me too, so that it can be.
yeah, I did, I wanted to do that. And you never got anything?
No, I haven't got anything from him, and I talked to him on the phone about this, so I was surprised.
Hmm. That's all I had.
Amazing.
Clarify that.
All right, so, we're adjourning, or can I get a motion?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second. Dennis, all in favor?
Aye.
At, 1:48. Thank you guys so much.
Well, I'm glad it's over with, we didn't make it.
Breakfast and dinner.
And a Reese's cup in between.
That was within the 5 hours of our policy and procedures.
Is it?
He said it was within 5 hours.
Is that okay?
It said it's supposed to be no more than 5 hours.
The whole thing, for every meeting.
Yes. Every meeting. Oh, which you did today, so.
We did it today, but I'm just wondering about regular meetings.
Yeah, really.
Unless there's a break or no? Didn't say anything about breaks. 5
I
hours.
think there was breaks, the 5 hour doesn't include break.
Are we off, you're?